Okay, I think we're good. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so sorry about the delay, everyone. Well, first of all, let me introduce myself and, start off the stream. Hi, I am TeamRuler15, and welcome to my live stream of, my rant stream, where I talk about the Planes movies and the Wreck-It Ralph movies. I actually just finished watching the second Planes movie. As embarrassing as it is. Hi Galactic, hi. How are you? I'm glad you're here. I'm sorry I'm starting so late. A lot of shit happened today. Today has just not been a very good day for me. I was understaffed at work. Like, my fucking job was understaffed yet again. So I had to stay like an extra 90 minutes and help out. And then... Now, after that, I still technically had time to watch one last movie before doing this stream. But then I fell asleep at one point. Because I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. So that was another hour wasted. So that's like 2.5 hours gone. 2.5 hours gone. And I was like, fuck, now I gotta catch up. And I'm like, okay, well, if I hurry now, I can still make it before 8. But no, I had to add another 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, yeah, shit happened. I'm sorry. Some of it was my fault, but yeah, like, I'm sorry. Yeah, like, I need to find a different job. I hate the one I'm at, because we're always understaffed. Always. I'm not even joking. You're always understaffed, Maple? I know, it's annoying. Like, I was the only cashier for how many hours? 8? Like, no, not even 8. Actually, yeah, about 8. And I worked 9.5 hours. So, I mean, at least I'm going to get overtime pay, but I honestly didn't want to work overtime today. I really did not want to. But no joke, a few people called in and I was like, how is this, like, this store is pissing me off. Like, this needs to stop being a thing because some people are just not reliable on my job. Sorry, I just needed to vent a bit because I hate how understaffed we are. We are chronically understaffed. And it wasn't like that when I first started working there, so I don't know what the hell happened. I can only imagine the same goes for you, Maple. Yeah, exactly. Let's just look for different jobs. Like, this is getting fucking ridiculous. I might work at a bookstore. I think that would be good for me. But thank you, Galactic. Thank you. But yeah, like, that was part of the reason why I had pushed the stream back. I wanted to do it at 7, but things kept getting in the way. The dollar store near my house is understaffed a lot, too. It sucks because I go there fairly often. I know it's not their fault. Yeah, I know. It sucks, like, because I don't, like, yeah, it sucks for customers to have to deal with that shit. Like, now, to be fair, most people didn't give me crap about it today. Actually, no one did. Although people weren't exactly happy, it seems that they pretty much understood, for the most part, that, you know, it really wasn't my fault that we were understaffed. But they really shouldn't have to deal with that. Neither should I. So, what can you do? But yeah, I did watch the plane movies. Honestly, I kind of forced myself to watch them. No joke, I legit had no interest in actually watching them. I only did it because I watched the Cars movies, so I was like, might as well watch the Planes movies. Because, like, honestly, I did not care about these movies, even while watching them. But we'll get to that later. Yeah, people at least... Yeah, there are people that understand. Some people get mad, and I don't blame them. But, like, at the end of the day, like, we're trying, fam. Like, it's not our fault we're understaffed. Well, kind of, but, you know, in the sense of, like, the people who show up, it's technically not their fault. You know, shit happens. And my store happens a lot. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, it's like I can't go 1 week without somebody calling in nowadays. Like, I was supposed to have someone relieve me at 3. That didn't happen. So I was like, okay. And now my store doesn't even have an opening cashier tomorrow, so I don't even know if I'm gonna go in tomorrow. If they ask me, I might go in. I might as well use the extra money, but I really I like if I do that, then I won't. Then my only free day this week will be Saturday, and that's kind of gonna get in the way of my schoolwork and my rant streams. So, what can you do? I don't know. I'll figure it out. That's honestly why I tend to be more respected towards store, restaurant, and movie theater employees. Yeah, exactly. When you've actually worked in those positions, or have at least, interacted with people in those positions enough, then you tend to be more empathetic. Because there are people out there who do understand. But there are people out there who just don't care, and they will just rip into you. And I'm like, fam, it's not my fault. I'm sorry. I hate that there are long lines, but what can you do? Oh yeah, Maple. You shared on Discord your movie theater, the one you frequent, got closed. That sucks. I'm sorry. I know what it's like to have your favorite place closed down, like right near you. That's happened to me a few times. I'm sure it's happened to everyone at least once, but still, it sucks because it's like, damn, now I have to go somewhere else, possibly far away, and potentially spend even more money. Hey Johnson, what's up? I have not seen you in a while. You haven't been missing much. I haven't been doing gaming videos lately. I'm taking a break from that, but I've just been doing movie rant streams and whatnot. Help, I forgot that planes existed. Right? Like, see, exactly. This is the movie that doesn't... Like, it's the movie that exists, but, you just don't care about. That's how I felt when I first heard these movies. I was like, oh, these exist. Not interested. I remember seeing the trailers for them. I just did not give a shit. I was like, I don't care. I literally forced myself to watch them. But we're not going to talk about them first because honestly, Wreck-It Ralph is just a more interesting series. We're going to talk about that one first. Especially Ralph Breaks the Internet. Because I have a lot to say on that shit. A lot to say on that shit. No joke. I have for the negative section, I have 2 slides of bullet points. 2 fucking slides. Because there's a lot wrong with that movie. I can't speak today. Do I plan on at least doing a test stream for Sonic Frontiers when it comes out next month? Possibly. We'll see. Possibly. Let's see. I got at least 2 other ones in my area, but because they're both Weinberg theaters and not Regal, it will be more expensive for me to see movies now. Fuck. I also have to make sure to get tickets to big movies early now, since the seats tend to get taken very quickly after tickets become on sale. Wow. Why is Planes Disney and not Disney Pixar? Good question, and that would actually explain why the Planes movies are not nearly as good as the Cars movies. Because I was like, did Pixar forget how to be funny in these movies? And then I looked and I was like, oh, these weren't made by Pixar. That explains it. Because you can tell that these movies were not made by Pixar. Because Pixar has a sense of humor. Disney Toon Studios, the people who made these movies, don't. They don't have a sense of humor. But we'll get to that later. I'm sorry, there's a lot. Regarding the Planes movies, I do have some positive things to say about them, but some negative things as well. Because the concepts, they're kind of interesting, but, the executions could have been more interesting. It could have been better. Although I will admit that... Actually, no, you know what? I think that both movies are equally, the same quality. I was going to say that I think both of them are about the same. I don't think one's better than the other. But, anyway. To be honest, the Cars series was bad. It was really... In my opinion, it was really only 2 that was problematic. But even then, at least Cars 2 entertained me. And I still like it to this day. The Planes movies... They're kind of boring. I'm sorry, they're just kind of boring. They're just boring. Holy shit. Holy crap. But, let me just go ahead and talk about the film chronology. Okay, Wreck-It Ralph came out in 2012. That was the first movie in the Wreck-It Ralph series. The second movie in the Wreck-It Ralph series was Ralph Breaks the Internet, which was released in 2018. And then you have Planes. The first Planes movie was released in 2013, and Planes Fire and Rescue was released in 2014. So, yes, that's really it. So, 2012, 2013, 2014, and 2018. And yeah, Pixar really did not make the Planes movies, and you can tell. You can tell Pixar didn't make these movies because Pixar movies are generally very interesting and memorable and funny. Planes is none of that. I'm sorry, but it's not. It's just fucking not. Holy shit. It's just not. But I'm just gonna talk about Wreck-It Ralph first, like, cause if I talk about Planes first, I feel like I'm not gonna have any energy to talk about Wreck-It Ralph. I'm probably gonna be mostly silent towards the Planes movies since they are painfully uninteresting and forgettable. I think I already read that comment, but yeah, Maple nailed it. What was the plot of Cars 3? Oh, Lightning got into this accident, similar to the one Doc Hudson had in the 50s. And, and Lightning, and basically Lightning was struggling. He was struggling with, realizing that, he might not be as good a race car as he once was, because the race cars at the time were getting faster and more advanced, and Lightning's gear just wasn't good enough to compete, and he was basically facing a midlife crisis in that movie. Even though he wasn't technically old, he was basically facing a midlife crisis. Yeah, he technically didn't retire in the movie. He could have, but he didn't. They always made us watch Cars in school. That wouldn't surprise me. Like, I've seen the movie more times than I care to remember. But anyway. Wreck-It Ralph. Okay, right, Wreck-It Ralph. Okay, so Wreck-It Ralph. The better of the two Wreck-It Ralph movies, obviously. Okay, so... Like, when I first watched this, I had been interested in seeing the movie for a while, but not interested to the point of like wanting to watch it right away. It's just something that I put on my on the back burner for a while. I put it on the back burner for a while, so and then I was like, you know what, why don't I just watch it, as well as the sequel that everyone hates. Almost everyone. And when I finished watching it, I was actually surprised. I was pleasantly surprised. I was like, wow, this is actually a good movie. It's not the best movie I've seen, but it's clearly a good movie. It's not, I wouldn't call it one of my favorites or even one of the best, but Wreck-It Ralph is a good movie. Positives. Well, let's start with the animation. The animation is great. I really like the art style. Like, the animation and art style, they're both so good. I like how all the video game characters look. Like, from the retro ones to the newer ones. Everyone just looks good. Like, really, I really do love the animation art style. Everyone's expressive and colorful. It really does, like when I saw the movie, I was actually impressed with the animation. I was like, wow, this is very good. Like, it's like which is really cool, because they have to work with different types of video game characters, and they actually pulled off the whole thing. Everything, the whole art style and the animation, everything just felt so smooth and cohesive. Take note, Sonic Lost World. So yeah, like, really, the animation is just spectacular. I love it. Yeah, that's what Lightning did. He continued racing, and he decided to train crews on the side. But I'm guessing Lightning just didn't want to retire like Doc, so he was like, fuck it, I'm still gonna keep racing, but with somebody by my side this time. But yeah, Wreck-It Ralph rules. The music was great. It's great. Although to be honest, I don't really remember. I don't really remember much of the music, unfortunately. But when I do remember enjoying it. Like there were pretty good tracks throughout the entire film, from the ones that actually had lyrics to the ones that were just basically had no that had only music. But yeah, like really, I absolutely liked the music. It was good. Definitely good. And plus, like, I think a few of the tracks were even were even, like, you know, video game themed, so that was nice. I mean, of course they had to be, but still, it was a nice touch anyway. Okay, let's see. The plot is good. The plot's good. If you're wondering what the plot's about, it's basically about this. It's basically about this guy, his name is Ralph, Wreck-It Ralph, and he plays the antagonist in this video game called, well, Wreck-It Ralph. So his name is Ralph, but you know his game is called Wreck-It Ralph. I'm sorry, I'm messing up these terms, and the protagonist of that game is Fix-It Felix. Or just Felix, I don't remember. But, oh yeah, I think just Felix is the short version of his name. But yeah, he's the one who fixes everything that Ralph breaks. And basically, if you win the game, Felix fixes everything. Ralph gets defeated by having everyone just toss his ass off the building and into a mud puddle nearby. So yeah, that's basically how the game ends. But you know, Ralph, you know, he just doesn't like this. He doesn't like that he's basically treated as a bad guy, and he wants to be a good guy for once. So he joins this group of bad guys, like villains of video games, who basically have similar feelings to Ralph, where they just don't like being bad guys either, or they just have insecurities over it, or you know, fears, doubts, all that stuff, just negative feelings in general, and Ralph wants to change his fate. He's like, you know what, I'm gonna be the good guy this time, but everyone's like, fam, you know, just because you're the bad guy doesn't mean that, you know, you're a bad guy. And Ralph didn't understand that at the time. It isn't until later in the movie that he understands what they mean, but, you know, he's like, you know what, no, screw this, I want to be the good guy. And decides to go and he actually is like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna just go to Felix's place and just crash his party. Sort of. So he does that. Felix is like, oh, you're here. Okay, yeah. Awkward. But, would you like to come in? And Ralph comes in and makes a mess of things. And, you know, basically people don't treat him nicely there, except for Felix, because Felix is best boy. And then Ralph makes a bet with one of the residents of the hotel or whatever, where it's like, if Ralph gets a medal, then he gets to stand on top of this fancy cake with everyone else, because, you know, the cake originally had him, like, on the ground in a puddle of mud. So yeah, Ralph goes to a different video game, tries to get a medal, but just causes a whole bunch of shit to happen along the way that endangers the lives of many video game characters. To be fair, Ralph meant well, but you know, his actions were pretty selfish and reckless, and along the way, like he ends up in this game called Sugar Rush. He meets this girl named Vanellope, yeah. So she's actually the princess of the game, but uh, some the antagonist of the movie, long ago took away her code, Vanellope's code. He messed with her codes and basically made everyone forget about her, and turned into just basically this glitch like character. This character who's basically a glitch. And but yeah, like, so Vanellope and Ralph, like, at first Vanellope steals Ralph's medal, and uses it to enter the race, but shit happens. So yeah, but after that, after an argument with each other, Vanellope and Ralph, they decide to work together to win the race and get the medal back, and they bond. And but okay, so the king of the whole Sugar Rush game was I forgot what his name was, King Candy or whatever. He doesn't want Penelope to race because she's a glitch and she could potentially mess up the entire game if she wins. Ralph is like, oh damn, Vanellope, you can't race, and Vanellope's like, why, Ralph, why? And Ralph is like, you'll destroy the game. And then they get into an argument, and then Ralph basically destroys Vanellope's car. Vanellope basically disowns him as her friend. But later Ralph finds out that Vanellope was never actually an anomaly in the game. She was actually an original character in the game, as I pointed out earlier. And realizing this, he was like, oh shit, what did I do? What have I done? And he goes and fixes Vanellope's car, goes back to her, and they make up, and then they race, and then, well, unfortunately, shit happens. So see, when Ralph was in like this game early, one of the video games in that arcade, yeah, they all live in this arcade. There was like, so there was this video game with a bunch of flying robotic insects or some shit. Ralph accidentally let one of them escape into the Sugar Rush game, and that thing multiplied, and then just insects were literally everywhere near the end of the film. And all the characters in the game had to evacuate, and Ralph decides to risk his life by activating this candy volcano so that all the bugs will fly to it and get vaporized. But King Candy stops him and reveals that he's actually Turbo. Actually, he revealed that he was Turbo earlier, but whatever. So Turbo was this one character. He was part of this once popular racing game, but then Sugar Rush came by. Well, no, not Sugar Rush. It was a different game. A different game came by and basically took all the attention away from his game. So he went to that game and infected it. And that's why they call it going turbo, because you go to other games, then you inhabit that game and mess it up. That's going turbo, which Ralph was doing, but not because he was trying to harm people, but because he just wanted the goddamn medal. And so Turbo reared his ugly head here, but Ralph managed to defeat him with Vanellope's, and Vanellope saves him, and they finish the race, and Vanellope gets her code back. Yay, she's a princess and shit. Yeah, she was a princess, as I said earlier. So yeah, and so now she's no longer going to be now she's fully a part of the game, although she kept her glitch powers or whatever. Yeah, she can glitch, so she can basically warp short distances. Like, Silver's teleport dash in Sonic 06, except faster and with more range and not as shitty. But yeah, she and yeah, because she's no longer, lost code or whatever, she can go into other games just to visit, because video game characters in the universe did that. They visited each other's games regularly, but only after the arcade was closed for the day. And yeah, that's how the movie ends. Oh yeah, and Wreck-It Ralph, sorry, he basically accepts his role as the villain in the game, but this time he doesn't see it as a bad thing. And the people of that game are actually a lot nicer to him now. So Ralph is like, you know what? It's my duty to be the villain in this game, because if I don't do it, who's going to do it? So yeah, like, yay. So yeah, that's basically the plot. So it was basically about it was basically the classic trope of, just because everyone sees you as a bad guy doesn't mean you are, or doesn't mean you have to accept that. So it's not exactly an original trope or unique trope, but who cares? The story itself is unique enough to use it pretty well. So yeah, I'm sure I omitted a few details, like the subplot with Felix and Calhoun, the female soldier from that game with the robotic bugs. They fall in love and shit. They go to find Ralph and to take care of the bugs, and along the way they fall in love and shit. So yeah. But yeah, that's the plot, and I loved it. Like, it had a good moral. The story was entertaining and engaging, and the characters, yes, Maple, the characters were great. I loved the characters. I loved Felix, Calhoun, what else? Oh, Ralph, Vanellope. Sorry, my mind's kind of not working today. But yeah. Let's see. I'm just reading through the chat because I don't want. Some people have made some good points. Oh yeah, there are cameos in this one. So Sonic appears in a few scenes. Bowser and Dr. Eggman appear in a few scenes, but not Mario. I don't know why. There's probably a reason for it. I just don't know what it is. But yeah. Yeah, Sugar Rush sure would look like one darn good Mario Kart knockoff. Basically, Sugar Rush is like is if Candy Crush, met Mario Kart. That's how I see it. Yeah, a common complaint against Disney is their movies is that they make crappy twist villains. And to an extent that's true. Like Hans from Frozen, he was a pretty crappy one. I mean, technically his villainy was foreshadowed a bit in a few scenes early in the movie, but those are so easy to miss that you're honestly not going to notice them until a second rewatch. And even then, it really doesn't matter whether or not his villainy was foreshadowed, because he had very little impact on the plot. Like, if you're gonna make a twist villain, at the very least, give them a reason to be there. Because see, when you watch the trailer for Frozen, you'll get the impression, if you watch that, you get the impression that Elsa's supposed to be the villain, a redeemable villain, which I thought that was. Oh no, it's not just you. It's not just you. Sorry about that, everyone. Like, my internet disconnected a bit, or it might not even be my internet. I don't know, but yeah, my stream buffered for a bit because OBS disconnected for a moment. The characters are great, but let's continue. The characters are great. I like the cameos. But yeah, I like the video game cameos. I liked seeing Pac-Man, Bowser, Dr. Eggman. I'm trying to think of others. I know there were others. I don't fucking remember, but I did like the cameos I saw. And I also like the world building. I like the world building. Where basically after the day's done, all the video game characters come together. You know, they hang out in each other's games basically, or they just stay in their own game and do their own thing. I thought that was interesting. It was kind of like what Toy Story did, but with video game characters instead. It's like, what did the video game characters do when you're not playing them? See Emoji Movie. See, this is how you do the premise correctly. You too, Secret Life of Pets. This is how you do it correctly. This is how you do the whole, what do these things do when you're not looking? That's how you do that trope correctly. Just look at Toy Story and WreckItRalph. They do it properly. You guys don't. But anyway. But yeah, the world building was pretty interesting. Especially, yeah, Maple put in a good line here. If you die outside your own game, you don't regenerate ever. Game over. Which was the reason why Vanellope couldn't leave her game in the first place. Well, actually, no, that's not why. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's not why. No, I'm sorry, that's something completely different. Never mind. But yeah, that is true though. If you do die outside of your game in this world, you don't regenerate. But if you die inside your game, you do, obviously. So if a game gets reset or shut down or whatever, and you're not actually part of it, then you gonna die. That's it. Game over. You gonna die. Yeah, there are Toy Story vibes here, aren't there? Toy Story vibes. Cheese internet sucks, by the way. Yeah, don't get Spectrum. Trust me, you don't want Spectrum. Verizon is better. I had Verizon. I just enjoyed Verizon a lot more. I'm not gonna lie. I liked Verizon a lot more. I barely had any issues with them. Well, I did have some issues, but not as many as I do with Spectrum. Why is my icon a silver GameCube? Because the GameCube is iconic. Duh. No, I'm kidding. Hans did feel like a last minute twist villain, but I like the way he called out Anna for being willing to marry him just like that. Me too. I actually like that. The character himself wasn't important, but I did like that scene. Let's see. This is also like the one time that Sarah Silverman was actually lovable. LOL. But yeah, definitely. So, the humor was good. I like the humor. There were moments in the movie that did make me laugh. I wouldn't say it's one of the funniest movies I've ever watched, but there were some good moments here and there. Definitely. Anything else? I'm trying to think of any particular jokes. I know there are some, but I'm trying to think of any jokes that made me laugh out loud. But oh well, I can't remember any, but that's okay. But yeah, really, a lot of this movie's there's so many good things to talk about with this movie, and so many bad things to talk about with the second one. Oh my, so many bad things, so many bad things to talk about. Like for the second one, no joke. We'll get to that one. I'm gonna rip that one a new one, and I know you guys are all like, oh yes, Yes, she rip into Ralph breaks the internet. We'll get there. Don't worry. We'll get there. Anything else? Let's see. Animation, music, plots, characters, humor. Am I missing anything? I'm trying to. Yeah. Oh, did I mention the moral? I don't think I did. Well, I did, but I don't think I actually typed it. The moral is good. Basically, you don't let labels define you, or what society calls what society thinks of you. You don't let that define you. That's basically the moral of this story. It was a good moral. It was definitely a good moral. Oh, and I forgot. Another thing that I liked about the world building was that, the toys, they were all from different generations, yet they yet like they seamlessly interacted with each other, which I really liked. So it's like multiple generations coming together and just having fun and bonding and shit, and I love that shit. I love that shit. But yeah. I'm trying to think of other things. Regarding the humor, I guess there were times where Ralph got hit by something and I laughed. Even when he shouldn't have gotten hit, he got hit anyway. So, yeah. I mean, Ralph can take it. Ralph could take it, though. He's a big guy. He's tough. He's muscular. He could take it. Oh, another thing. Character development. That's another thing. Character development. This movie definitely has character development. So, sorry, I was just thinking of the second movie. I was like, that's character regression, not development. But anyway, I'm sorry. But yeah, the character development was definitely good here. Ralph, he becomes. At first, he was pretty self-interested, not to the point of being outright heartless or mean, but he was kind of self-centered in the first movie at the beginning, but then he became selfless at the end of it. So, yeah, and Vanellope went through some character development too. She basically learned have more confidence. Like, everyone thought of her as just some mistake. She learned to have more confidence in herself. And just to not let people give a fuck. Just not to give a fuck about what people thought of her. Basically the same as Ralph. Yeah, her backstory is similar to Ralph's, where she was also an outcast, looked down upon by others. But she eventually overcame that, just as Ralph did. So, good character development. Yeah, the scene where Ralph destroyed Vanellope's car, that was heartbreaking. I said heartbroken. That was heartbreaking. Like, when I saw that, my heart cried out for Vanellope. I was like, Ralph, you monster! I know why you did it, but you monster! You monster! You monster! Yeah, it's like, you knew why Ralph did it, but it's like, how could you, Ralph? Oh yeah, that is also another good point, Maple. Another moral that the movie has is that it's never too late to change who you are. Yeah, exactly. You can be... Yeah, exactly, you can be... You don't have to, be bogged down by labels or any shit like that. You decide who you are, not society. You decide who you are. Yeah, John C. Reilly is the perfect Ralph voice. I love his voice as Ralph. Yeah, the VAs in general were pretty good. Yeah, but yeah, that scene where Ralph destroyed Vanellope's car, that broke my heart. That's one of the very few times where I feel like the two break up at the end of the second act and then get back together before the climax cliche actually works. Yeah, exactly. That's a very common trope, and it gets abused as hell. Like it gets abused like hell. I mean, like it's just like not that it's a bad trope to use, although it's pretty much hackneyed at this point. Like it's just pretty much everywhere and it's just kind of annoying. But it can be used effectively because, as I said in the past a few times on Google Plus, the website that nobody remembers, tropes are not necessarily bad or good. They're just tools for storytelling. So this whole two characters break up and then get back together trope, that's not necessarily a bad thing, and often that needs to happen in the story. So, but there are so many movies that completely fuck it up, and it's just annoying. But Wreck-It Ralph was one of those movies where the trope actually works. So, yay! Thank God. So yeah, the movie definitely used that trope pretty well. Anything else regarding positives? I think I can't think of anything else. I think I've nailed all the points, the good points of this movie. The animation music, plot, characters, cameos, world building, humor, moral, character development. Really, all of it's good. Yeah, perfect ending. Oh, maybe perfect is not the right word for it, but great ending. Great ending. The ending is great. Because even though Ralph doesn't actually change his fate, which was an interesting subversion of the whole change your fate trope that's present in a lot of fiction, that it was subverted here, but in a good way. So Ralph basically realized that he didn't really need to change his environment, he just needed to change his views, if that made sense. So really, what he wanted was inside him all along, in a sense. But yeah, good ending. And Vanellope, she finally got to be a racer, an official one. She technically already was one, but then Turbo fucked up her Turbo fucked up her code when the movie started. So yeah, but yeah, oh yeah, and Phoenix and Calhoun get married. Regarding Calhoun's backstory, she she was originally going to marry somebody else in the past, but a big insect bug came in and literally ruined her wedding and killed her bride. And yeah, but she got to marry Felix this time, and if she got to marry Felix, and this time there are other people at the wedding, other soldiers at the wedding looking out for bugs. So they were so if any more bugs think about coming in, they're gonna get vaporized. So yeah. So yeah, the clearly the soldiers learned their mistake from last time. It was okay, next time, whenever someone has a wedding, we are not going to go off duty. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. Ralph didn't need to change his environment. He just needed to change himself. Exactly. Well put, Maple. So yeah. Actually, I wasn't even going to be this positive about the movie because honestly, I originally didn't see this positively as everyone else did. I liked it, but I didn't see it as positively. But now that I'm actually talking about it, it's wow, who am I kidding? This movie's great. I already thought it was good. I just didn't think it was amazing. But now I'm starting to have second thoughts, where it's the movie's just great. It's just great. Still not one of my favorites, but it's great. I think those are all the positives I can cover. Negatives? I don't know. There probably are some, but I'm just having a hard time thinking of them. Can anyone think of negatives? Because I'm having a hard time doing it. I know, I listed a lot of positives. I know, I wasn't intending to, but I didn't intend to, but I did anyway. But yeah, the movie's just that good. Turbo wasn't the greatest villain ever. Honestly, he wasn't. In fact, honestly, when you think about it, he doesn't really have much of a presence. Well, he technically does have a presence in the story, but it's kind of like he's just there, you know? I feel like the real conflict was just like, wasn't so much, you know, Vanellope not being able to race, but like Vanellope just learning how to race. I don't know how to explain it, but it feels like Turbo just, he didn't have as much of a presence in the film as he should have. Even though he was technically King Candy, he just, I don't know how to explain it. He just felt like it just felt like he was there to me, even though he wasn't. I just didn't really find his presence all that memorable or like imposing. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know. It just felt like he was just kind of there, despite actually having an important role in the plot. He just, like, I just didn't care for him. He was just not a memorable villain. I mean, I did like the reveal. Don't get me wrong. I liked the reveal that King Candy was Turbo. Although, honestly, some people probably saw that coming. I didn't, but I'm sure some people did. That's really it. I don't know how to describe it, but honestly, he was just not very impressive to me. For one thing, he was pretty flat and one-dimensional. Like, just like the reason why he did all that shit was because he was just jealous of other people's games getting more popular, which isn't a bad motive to have, but his character has so little focus that I just couldn't give a shit. I'm sorry, like, really, I feel like the conflicts that Ralph and Penelope had both with each other and within themselves were more important than whatever conflict Turbo caused. I don't know. That's just how I felt. Turbo was just not very memorable. And yeah, it would have been nice to have a Mario cameo. Mario doesn't even show up in the second movie. Sonic does, but Mario doesn't. They couldn't get Mario, unfortunately. Yeah, I have a feeling that was basically Nintendo. That was just Nintendo being stingy with their characters. And yeah, I know. I definitely know how Nintendo is with fan games. They literally punish people for making fan games. Like Nintendo is just very, 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 very stingy when it comes to copyright. They are. You can't make a fan game without you just can't make a fan game. Even like, and I'm just like, why not? Like, if they're not making money from it, who the fuck cares? And this is what makes Sega better than Nintendo in a way, because Sega doesn't give a shit. Sega doesn't care if you make fan games of Sonic characters or even other characters. They don't care. They even encourage that. As long as you don't make money without their permission, they don't care. But Nintendo does. Like, Nintendo's just like, nah. They're so damn stingy, and it pisses me off. Like, it just pisses me off. I mean, it actually kind of proves the whole slogan, Sega does what Nintendo don't. I mean, that quote isn't exactly wrong. For better or for worse. Yeah, exactly. Nintendo sucks as a company, but their games are generally top quality. That is true. They know how to make games. They just don't know how to treat their fans. That's the thing about Nintendo. That's the thing about Nintendo. They know how to make games. They just don't know how to treat their fans. They just and I know they're not the only shitty game company out there, but they're definitely one of the bigger ones. So yeah. So yeah, it was sad I was sad not to see Mario in this movie, but I was like, you know what? I'm not actually surprised. That was Nintendo was just probably being stingy. They're like, you can have Bowser, but not Mario, and I'm like, wow, okay, whatever, just what the fuck ever. Yeah, Ubisoft. I don't even know how bad Ubisoft is. Ubisoft is the dumbest. I'm sorry, like they make some of the dumbest decisions ever. Like, no joke. For those of you who are into Just Dance 2023, from what I've heard, is not going to have PS4 or Xbox One releases. Just PS5 and Xbox Series S or X and Switch. And I'm just like, are y'all dumb? Are y'all fucking stupid? Like, that means that nobody will be able to use full body cameras to dance, because the PS4 had the PS4 camera and the Xbox One had the Xbox One Connect. And without those, you're literally stuck with either a phone or a Joy-Con. And I'm like, really? Like, you don't even get to use the PS Move remote anymore. You can't use that anymore either. No joke, you can't use that. So it's just a smartphone or a Joy-Con. And I'm like, Ubisoft, y'all are stupid. That's all I'm gonna say. Y'all are just fucking stupid. This is one of the dumbest decisions you've ever made. Just y'all are dumb. That's all I'm gonna say. Rockstar, I don't care about them. I really don't care about them. I've just never paid much attention to them. They suck, don't get me wrong, but I really don't play their games very much, so whatever. I mean, I enjoyed GTA 5, 4, The Ballad of Gay Tony, San Andreas. I played a bit of it. I liked it. Vice City. Don't really care about The Lost and Damned. That's just a really, really boring campaign. 3 doesn't interest me very much either. But yeah. Anyway. I liked Bully, though. The Mario movie is coming out next year, and the trailer is debuting during Nintendo Direct this Thursday. Yeah, I'm not excited about it because it's Illumination. Like, it's going to be made by Illumination. Illumination is a company that does the minimum effort to release a successful product. Every movie except Despicable Me and maybe The Rise of Gru and maybe the first Sing movie it just has no effort put into it. Just none. Zero. Or it just outright sucks. So I'm not excited about the Mario movie. In fact, I think it's going to be a disaster, but not necessarily a financial disaster, just a storytelling disaster. But because, Illumination has always kind of sucked when it comes to story, but who knows? I could be wrong. I mean, The Rise of Gru surprised me. The Minions movie sucked, but I enjoyed it, but it sucked. The Rise of Gru was actually liked that one, so maybe the Mario movie won't be bad. Chris Pratt, I don't even remember what his voice sounds like. I honestly don't even remember. But hopefully he doesn't fuck up the role. But yeah, really, I would have liked to have Mario in this movie. Like, it feels weird to have Bowser there, but not Mario. Especially when you have Sonic and Dr. Eggman. Like, why not have Mario to fill out the roster? Like, you're gonna have Sonic, Bowser, and Dr. Eggman, but not Mario? Okay. He's gonna be voicing Garfield as well. Oh, okay. No joke, I have not paid attention to Garfield ever since the live-action movie. Or I think was there more than one? I think there was only, I can't remember, but I do remember that there was at least one, which I watched. I enjoyed it. It wasn't the greatest live action movie ever, but I enjoyed it as a kid anyway. But I have not paid attention to Garfield ever since then. But yeah. But yeah, like, I think that's. Are there any other negatives regarding? Oh wow, Blue Typhoon! Blue Typhoon. I'm going to destroy you. He deleted his comment before I can respond to it. Man, screw you. I certainly can't wait to hear Jack Black as Bowser. Like, how is that gonna work? How is that gonna work? Like, I don't think that's gonna work. But I mean, you do you, Jack Black. You do you. Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong. Okay, I can kind of see that working. But Jack Black as Bowser? No. Maybe they should have switched roles. I feel like they should have switched roles. But yeah, I think those are all the negatives regarding the Wreck-It Ralph movie. There aren't very many negatives. Another thing, actually, this might be. I know probably not everyone's gonna like feel the same way, but I mean, I'm happy that it happened. But I felt like the romance between Felix and Calhoun was a bit forced. I honestly thought it was a bit forced. I felt like they could have handled it in a more subtle, more natural manner. But literally, like, not even halfway into the film and they've already started falling for each other. I'm just like, yeah, okay, that's not how romance works, but whatever. I mean, I'm happy they're together, but like, I feel like that romance subplot could have been handled a little bit better, in my opinion. What did Typhoon say this time? He said, "Happy birthday, numbnuts," and I'm like, and he deleted his comment before I could respond to it. I saw it just before he deleted it. I was literally about to respond to it, and then he posted it here instead. Never mind. No, never mind. Never mind. He posted it somewhere else. It's probably neck and neck with Tangled as my favorite modern Disney movie. Yeah, that's fair. Tangled is actually one of my favorites. I even have it right here on DVD. Not DVD, ew, sorry. I mean 4K and Blu-ray. It's definitely one of my favorites, along with Zootopia and Turning Red and Encanto. Those are my... And Soul, and Ratatouille, and Robin Hood. The animated one from 1979. Those are definitely some of my favorite Disney movies of all time. I love them. Along with Cars, and you get the idea. I have a lot of favorite Disney movies, but Wreck-It Ralph, it's not really one of them for me, but I did enjoy the movie. Good old Typhoon, right? It does sound like him. Are you going to see Black Panther Wakanda Forever? I didn't even know that was a thing. I mean, like, I honestly didn't even know. I've seen the first one, but I'm not even sure if I'm going to see that one. Maybe I'll watch it when it comes out. I don't know. I did watch The Woman King recently, though. I liked it, although it, from what I've heard, it wasn't exactly historically accurate, but I liked it nonetheless. Just in case you didn't see it, happy birthday, Chi, aka Numbnuts. How dare you? But thank you. Yeah, it was my birthday 2 days ago. I turned 28. So, yeah. I didn't tell anyone at work, though. Like, normally I do, but this time I was like, no. Because everyone's just going to be like, over the intercom, happy birthday, and I'm like, oh, no, you're embarrassing me. So I didn't tell anyone. I felt kind of bad, though, because, like, no, I felt like I should have, but I just didn't. I actually got my tickets for it yesterday. The Woman King is pretty damn good. Yeah, it is. I liked it a lot. It wasn't perfect, but it was pretty good. And yeah, it's not very historically accurate, but and I do have a few issues with it, but yeah, I actually did like the film. 28 geezer. Bitch, you're 28 too, and you're gonna be 29 in like a few weeks or whatever. Like you're almost a whole year older than I am. Right? Yeah, exactly. See, coming from a soon-to-be 29-year-old. And the original copy of Alice in Wonderland. Oh, I like that one, but I wouldn't call it my favorite. One of my favorite Disney movies of all time. But yeah, I watched The Woman King like, I think a day after it was released in theaters. Or on the same day, I don't remember. I think it was the day after. But yeah, Black Panther Wakanda Forever is coming out next month. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll try to watch it. I'm also going to try to watch the Avengers movies because I've only watched the first one and I don't even remember much of it. So I'm going to try to watch it. Captain Marvel I will stay away from though. I just, no. I'm probably going to be bored watching that, so oops. But I do want to try to watch and do a Rantstream on the Avengers movies because those seem interesting, and plus they tie into the Spider-Man No Way Home trilogy, so yeah. Oh yeah, The Lion King, another one of my favorites, along with Wall-E. I loved the movie. I hate the game, but I love the movie. The original Pinocchio movie was nice, though I wouldn't call it one of my favorites. I haven't even seen the Princess and the Frog. I need to watch that. That's like the only Disney princess movie I haven't even seen. Like, I've watched all the others except for that one. Because I was like, I keep forgetting that the black woman exists. I keep forgetting that she exists. I need to watch that one. I should also revisit a few of them, like maybe Beauty and the Beast, because I want to watch the remake too. Although I know people hate the remake, I want to watch it. But yeah, I need to watch The Princess and the Frog, which I can. It is on Disney Plus, I believe. Let me check, because you can never tell with Disney Plus, but I'm sure it's there. Let me just look really fast. Yeah, it is. When was this released anyway? 2009. Oh, okay. Wall-E has a game? Yeah, it does. Good thing you got your tickets early, Maple. But I think those are all the negatives. I feel like those are all the negatives. So basically, Turbo could have been a better villain. Mario really should have had a cameo, but didn't. And Felix and Calhoun, their relationship should have been developed a bit better. But those are pretty minor complaints. Well, the first one's kind of minor, but yeah, they're not enough to ruin the movie. So overall, solid movie all around. Okay, Ralph breaks the internet. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna just create a slide here. Hold up. Okay, so when you finish watching this movie, you're probably going to... God damn, my typing is just gone. It's gone sloppy over the years. You're probably going to ask yourself the following questions. Did the writers actually watch the first film? Did the writers care about the first film? Let's put that there. Yeah. So, when you finish watching this movie, you're probably going to ask yourself the following questions. Did the writers actually watch the first film? Did they actually watch it? Or did they even care about the first film? I say this because Ralph Breaks the Internet contradicts several things that the first movie established. Oh my fucking god. That is actually what I thought after watching it. See, I'm a mind reader. No, I'm kidding. Really, like, that's just something that everyone's going to come to that everyone who loved the first film, or at least watched it, is going to ask themselves, did the writers actually watch the first film? And if they did they even care? That's the problem with Ralph Breaks the Internet. It doesn't break just the internet. Literally, it doesn't break just the internet. It also breaks the movie's lore. It literally breaks the lore. It breaks everything. It doesn't just break the internet. It breaks the lore. So I'm just like, yeah, okay. So before I go into the positives and negatives of Ralph Breaks the Internet, I just want to say that I came into this movie with low expectations. I knew that people were going to hate it, but I decided to give it a chance. So, it was only a few minutes into the movie, and I already could tell why people didn't like watching it. I could already tell. I was like, yeah, okay, I'm starting to see why people don't like it. Like, I'm not even like 10 minutes into the movie, and I can see why people don't like it. Because, I'm sorry, like, I don't think, honestly, I didn't hate it as much as everyone else did. I did have some fun with it, but it has a lot of problems. It has a lot of problems. Problems that range from bastardized characterization to outright broken storytelling. And the humor, or lack thereof, doesn't really help either. Like, it's just this movie, okay. There's a lot to unpack here. There is a lot to unpack. So, where should we start? That's basically what this got. Vanellope goes turbo over a game in the internet, and Ralph has a panic attack over it, and at the end accepts it. That's the entire plot, and it's just so badly written. Okay. Yeah, the reception is pretty all over the place. Some people actually like this movie more than the original. Most don't, but some do. Some people say that this is Disney's equivalent of the Emoji Movie, and personally, I don't think that's completely fair, because the Emoji Movie was worse. Because here's the thing, Ralph Breaks the Internet at least entertained me. I still kind of had a good time with it. The Emoji Movie, no. Just no. No, there was nothing good about that movie. Just nothing. Almost nothing good about it. At least Ralph Breaks the Internet was entertained me. The Emoji Movie didn't. So I don't think it's as bad as the Emoji Movie. It's not much better, don't get me wrong. But it's not as bad. Just no, it's not. And yeah, it is, and the movies being aggressively mediocre, I think that's true too. Like, I wouldn't even say mediocre, just outright bad. Like, mediocre would imply that it's not terrible. I mean, or that it's not bad. It's just not it's just very basic. But this movie isn't even mediocre. It's just not good. In my opinion, it's just not good. Okay, where do I start? Should I start with the negatives? I feel like we should start with the negatives. I could talk about the positives and just get those out of the way, because there's not much to talk about. I mean, the animation's good. I mean, the movie got that down. The animation is actually really good. I like it a lot. It looks good. It looks very good. Yeah, I think it looks just about as good as the first movie. So, Definitely. So it definitely isn't terrible. And I did like how the internet looked. I actually did like the whole atmosphere of the internet. That like I just liked the whole atmosphere and feel of the whole place, the whole look. So the animation was definitely good. The art style as well. The moral, well, it had a good moral. I will not say that the execution was good because it was not, but the moral itself was good. It was about, just because, two people are apart doesn't mean they can't still be friends. That was basically the moral. You know, that saying goodbye to each other doesn't necessarily mean saying goodbye to your friendship. So that's basically the moral. But the execution was just crap. So we'll get to why that is. We'll get to why. But I like the music. I actually did like the music in this movie. Probably even more than the first one, if I'm going to be honest. I actually really liked the music this time around, but yeah, definitely some good tracks in here. I find the soundtrack in this movie more memorable than the soundtrack in the first movie, but that's just me. That's subjective. I'm not saying that the music here is better because at the end of the day, it's subjective. But I did like the music in this movie. And there were some cool Disney and Pixar cameos. I liked seeing Buzz Lightyear, Nick Wilde from Zootopia, all the Disney princesses. Even a few Star Wars characters, like C-3PO. But yeah. Yeah, I like the cameos, so. Groot was there. Grumpy as well. And there are probably more, but those are the ones I remember. Oh, Dumbo was there too. I saw Dumbo. I barely remember the film though, but I do remember the character. I haven't even watched the live action remake. I don't care to, honestly. But yeah, I do remember seeing Dumbo in the movie. So, yeah. And this is kind of going off the fourth point, but I actually liked I like the segment with Vanellope and the Disney princesses. It was pretty funny. And basically Disney was roasting their own properties, where Disney outright said that literally all the Disney princesses had mommy issues, and I'm like, that's so fucking true. They all have mommy issues. They all do. It's just so funny because it was true, or at least most of them. I don't remember if every single one of them did, but most of them did have mommy issues. Or just parental issues in general. I was like, that's just so fucking true. But yeah, I did like that segment. It was funny. And I even remember seeing it in the trailer. I think it was a trailer that showed a bit of that scene, and I remember laughing at it. And so while I was watching the movie, I was like, oh wait, they're gonna. Oh wait, we're getting close to that scene with the Disney princesses, aren't we? So yeah, I like that part. I still don't get why Vanellope can be considered a Disney princess. I know it's weird because, well, in her own game she's technically a princess, but the thing is that she's a video game character and not a movie character or even a book character, like the other princesses are. So it just doesn't really fit. She's technically a princess, but she's not like the others, She just sticks out like a sore thumb. Oh yeah, I like Sonic's cameo. Where he explains, especially the part where he explains what Wi-Fi is. I like that part. I forgot Dumbo existed until now, right? Exactly, Dumbo, I just, I remember it, but I don't even remember what the plot was about. And I barely remember much of the movie. I remember watching the movie, I just don't remember much of it. All I know is that it's about an elephant in the circus. That's it. Oh, who has large ears and can fly. But, yeah, that's it. If Ariel... If if Ariel was there, she would just say something like, "The only mommy issue I had was that she was never there. Only my dad. So I had daddy issues more than anything." Oh yeah, that's right. King Triton, right? Was that his name? I can't remember. Or King Neptune? I can't remember his fucking name. But yeah, she did have daddy issues. Princesses always have mommy and daddy issues. Or, like, either one or both. Also, fun fact, the voice of Sonic in Wreck-It Ralph is also the voice of the main antagonist of Planes, the Green Plane. Oh yeah, I was about to comment on that. I was actually going to bring that up. When I saw his name in the credits, Roger Craig Smith, I was like, oh shit. He actually voiced the antagonist in the first Planes movie? Bro, why are you here? Your talent could be better spent elsewhere. But yeah. But yeah, like... Oh, so it was Triton. I'm sorry, like, I just suck when it comes to remembering names like this. I thought Triton made more sense, but I couldn't remember. I'm sorry. Big elephant with big ears made a name for itself in the circus after mom died. That's all I remember. Yeah, that's basically it. That's all I remembered too. I even forgot about the mom dying part. But yeah, the Roger Craig Smith actually voiced the antagonist in the first Planes movie. What was his name? Ripslinger? Yeah. But yeah, like, those are really the only positives I can say regarding the movie. Ralph Breaks the Internet. So let's go to the negatives. And I have, like, no joke. See, look, 2 fucking slides worth of issues to talk about. I actually even looked at some reviews, mainly from Shafrillis Productions and Cinema Sins. Well, they don't really... Cinema Sins doesn't do reviews. They just criticize and nitpick movies. And I watched their video on Ralph Breaks the Internet, and I was like, these are actually some good points. Let me just write these down. But yeah, like, we have a shit ton of negatives here. A shit ton of negatives. Holy shit. Like, God. Okay. Where do I start? Oh my God. Okay. Let's just get into it. So, there are many things in this movie, many things that don't make any sort of fucking sense. They don't. They just don't. Like, this movie literally contradicts itself or ignores or throws logic out of the window just to make the plot work. Or just because they just want to have certain scenes play out the way they want to, regardless of whether or not they actually made sense. So some of the things that don't make sense don't hurt the plot, but are just mere annoyances. But some actually fuck it up. So, yeah. Cinema Sins is insufferable to me nowadays. Their videos are such a slog to sit through nowadays. Oh, really? I like Cinema Sins, but I can see why people don't like them. Oh, it sounds like I'm saying Trident. I'm saying Triton. Or Trident. Like Trident, like I'm not pronouncing the second T. Though I guess I should. Like, I meant to say Triton. King Triton. Triton. But yeah, there are a lot of things that don't make any sense. We'll get to those later. Right now, because they're mostly on the second slide. Right now, let's focus on the characterization, like Vanellope's characterization and Ralph's characterization. I'm sorry, I put some of these bullet points out of order. Just fix that. Okay, there. Okay, so let's start with Ralph's characterization. And, oh wait, hold on. I still won't forget how my first Cinema Sins video was not actually from Cinema Sins itself, but from the Retro Replays review of Sonic Adventure 2. During that review, he created a whole segment where he pointed out all the plot holes and inconsistencies with the plot. Huh. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, the trailer for the Little Mermaid remake, people are just like, stop. Just stop. It was funny. I can see why people don't like it, but yeah. His SA2 review actually came out just one day before CinemaSins posted their very first video. Huh. Wow. Oh, okay. Interesting. Huh. Okay. That is weird. But yeah, like Ralph's characterization. Okay, so this ties back into the questions I had here. Did the writers actually watch the first film? Because in this film, Ralph went from being he turned into this overgrown man baby basically in this movie. He wasn't like this before. Like he did have some immaturity in the first movie, but not to this extent. Like he was a guy who usually meant well, but occasionally let his emotions get the better of him in the first movie. And then here, he's just this overgrown, immature, whiny man baby. He literally acts like a baby in certain cutscenes. I'm not even gonna lie. He actually acts like a fucking baby in certain cutscenes. And I'm just like, who is this character? Who the fuck is this character from the first movie? Who the fuck are you? All the character development from the first film is thrown out the window, and he's basically back to square one. Exactly. He's like Ralph. What happened to your character development? Like Ralph didn't develop in this film. He regressed. It's character regression or character derailment, if you want to use that term. Ralph literally became this this overgrown, large as fuck man baby. And on top of that, he became extremely possessive over Penelope. He literally could not stand being separated from her for an hour or two, and I'm just like, fam, really? And it just didn't make much sense to me because he said at one point Ralph said, but Penelope, we haven't been separated since in 6 years, and I'm like, fam, you guys literally separate. You guys literally get separated every time you have to go to work, and then you meet at the end of the day. Does it fucking matter at this point? It's not like Vanellope was going to go anywhere very far. She was going to come back to you. So why are you acting so possessive over her? I don't fucking know. Why are you so attached to her? I get it. She's basically the one true. She's literally your closest friend, but why are you acting so fucking possessive over her? Yeah, exactly. It's like watching a really unhealthy relationship. Ralph basically became codependent as fuck in this movie. Holy shit. He was so clingy and dependent and needy and whiny and selfish in this movie. Holy shit. I'm fine with Ralph. I'm fine with the writers wanting to show Ralph being insecure without Vanellope around. I'm fine with that, but as Maple pointed out, they took that way too far here. Way too fucking far. They did not mean to make Ralph this immature. Holy shit, I was like, this character, who is he? Who is he? What did you do with the character from the first film? Yeah, his obsession with Vanellope was very disturbing, and at one point even gets personified into these virus zombies that take on the form of Ralph and turn into this one big amalgamation of Ralph zombies. And Ralph was like, "Holy shit, is that how I come off as?" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, that's kind of how you look, how you've been acting. That's kind of how you've been acting." Now, granted, it was a dramatization, but the point still stands. That was basically a personification of Ralph's insecurities in this movie. And holy shit. Like, Ralph, like, just becomes outright clingy to her. And I'm just like, dude, that's kind of disturbing, especially since Ralph is, like, an adult and Vanellope's a child. Like, that just makes it even more disturbing. So, yeah. No, just... Well, what, Disney, what the fuck? And another thing that... I forgot to add this, but another thing that annoyed me about the movie was that Ralph was part of the reason that Vanellope's game got shut down at the beginning of the movie, and he didn't fucking apologize for it, like, or feel guilty for it. Like, so at one point in the movie, you know, Vanellope, she was, you know, racing with the other competitors like normal. Some kid in the real world, the human world, was like driving her. But then Ralph, for whatever reason, decides to just not go to work and go to Vanellope's game and create a new track section for her. And Vanellope, for whatever reason, thought it was a good idea to go down this track against the player's control, and then she ends up wrestling the driving controls from the player, and like the wheel snaps off, and that causes the game to get shut down. So yeah. So granted, it was both Ralph and Vanellope. I keep calling her Vanellope's fault. Like, it was both their faults. Although at least Vanellope had the excuse of being a kid. Ralph, on the other hand, should have known better than to do something like that. But whatever. Either way, it was both their faults. But instead of Ralph, you know, like, apologizing and you know, causing everyone to have to leave the game because the game got shut down, like, literally everyone had to evacuate because the game was going to get unplugged. So now all the Sugar Rush people literally had nowhere to go, and Vanellope no longer had a game. But instead of apologizing for it, or at least feeling guilty like any normal person would have done, Ralph is actually like, "Oh yay! Now you can just chill out here and not do anything for the day, and then when I'm done with work, we can just hang out. You know, cool. You don't even have to go to work. It's a win for everyone." And I'm like, Ralph, you insensitive douche! You just ruined her game. That is not the kind of sentiment you should be having. What the fuck is wrong with you? You, like, holy shit, like, Ralph is just so fucking, like, damn, like, just so inconsiderate in this film. Like, damn. Like, holy shit. Damn. Oh my god. Yeah, Vanellope was just insufferable in this one too. They both sucked, Ralph and Vanellope, but for whatever reason the film only calls out Ralph's actions. Yeah, as Maple pointed out, we're going to get to Vanellope later, don't worry. I have quite a bit to say about her, because she fucked up too. Not as much as Ralph, but she fucked up. So, but yeah, like, Ralph was just being really insensitive. Like, dude, you literally just ruined her game. You could at least try to console her, not act like you're all happy about it, because that's... Like, and it wasn't just her life you screwed over. You screwed over other people's lives, too, and you're just like, oh, well, you know, I mean, at least you can stay with me here, right? Like, you know, it's alright. Like, no, it's not, fam. That was... Ralph, you're an asshole in this movie. Holy shit. Damn. Yeah, basically, Ralph is the bad guy in the climax. So, like, basically, his character development really did get, like, reset to 0. Where it's like, now instead of being a bad guy who was never really a bad guy, but was just misunderstood and wanted to be a good guy, no, in this movie, he's just a bad guy, period. Just a bad guy. Another thing that I found kind of annoying, it's a very minor complaint, but there's this one... Okay, so after Ralph made a bunch of viral videos... to, you know, get enough views to turn those views or whatever, hearts, likes, whatever, into money that he could use to get the steering wheel that Vanellope's arcade machine needed. He goes into the comments section, and then he sees a few negative comments, and then he acts all sad about it. And I'm like, dude, like, why are you acting sad about this? Like, you had literally spent how many years, like, basically being treated as an outcast by everyone. A few YouTube comments should not be bothering you at this point. I can understand him being a little sad or a little discouraged, but literally he acts like it's the worst thing ever. Like, dude, they're just like, this isn't the first time you've received negative comments like this. I'm sure it's not the first time. But yet he goes and acts like these YouTube comments are the end of the world. Fam, you've dealt with much worse than that. You calm down. You need to chill. Do what Taylor Swift once said. You need to calm down. It's not the end of the world. Like, it's just, like, seriously, all of his character development is just gone. Like, I can't with this movie. I can't. I just can't. Really, Ralph when he makes Vanellope go homeless. Exactly! The party emoji! Basically. Scott, like, I love you, Scott. Like, exactly. That's basically how Ralph was acting. Holy shit. Oh my god. See, I might have to, like, do a two-parter on this. I don't know, because like, by the time I'm finished with Ralph Breaks the Internet, I'm probably gonna like hit the 3-hour mark, because there's a lot to unpack here. There's just so much wrong with this movie. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. This is why you never read YouTube comments. Exactly. To be honest, I actually kind of chuckled at that part when I first watched it, but now it's kind of an eye roller. Exactly. Like, I can see how it'd be funny, but at the same time, it's just like, oh, really, Ralph? Come on. The first movie is much better than the sequel. Exactly. And this isn't even a subjective matter. Like, objectively speaking, the first movie is miles better. Like, it's just better in terms of storytelling. It's better in terms of storytelling. I'm sorry, it just is. The second one does not even compare. Ralph, when he sees 4 negative YouTube comments out of 100,000 other comments, basically the crying emoji. Exactly. I'm like, Ralph, fam, you need to buck up a bit, okay? It's okay, Ralph. Like, I'm sure, like, just a few YouTube comments. You've dealt with much worse. I just don't get people that say that this movie is better than the first. It's not. And this is coming from someone who takes writing very seriously. And he's actually been told that he's good at writing. I'm sorry, but this film has so many writing mistakes, it's just not even funny. Like, just so many. Holy shit. I'm very critical when it comes to storytelling, and this movie storytelling is just awful. Absolutely awful. The first one is really good. This one just sucks in comparison. Absolutely sucks. There's just so many things wrong with it. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, I think I've covered everything wrong with Ralph's character in this movie. So basically, he's very immature and childish, even more than in the first movie. In the first movie, he was not nearly this bad. He became extremely possessive over Vanellope. He was part of the reason that Vanellope's game, sorry. That he was a part of the reason that Vanellope's game got shut down, and he didn't fucking apologize for it. And he acted like a few internet comments were like the worst thing in the world. Fam, calm the fuck down. That's the thing. Like, all of his character development is just non-existent in this movie. He regressed to a great degree. Like, he wasn't even flanderized. He was just outright derailed in terms of character. Like, just boom. What's the next Rantstream after the DreamWorks ranting? Probably the Sonic movies or the Adventure movies. Those are probably going to be the last sets of movies I'm going to Rantstream for a while, because I'm getting kind of tired of doing this, and I kind of want to just focus on other things. But I have been enjoying these Rantstreams. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you want to like the movie, that's fine, but saying that it's better than the first is just flat out wrong. It's not. If you like it more, that's fine, but if you think it's actually better in terms of writing, it's not. It's just not. Not even close. But now let's talk about Vanellope, because she was also a pretty shitty character here. So, okay, so Vanellope. If you thought Ralph was selfish, and he was acting extremely selfish. Vanellope was also being pretty selfish in this movie, though not as much as Ralph. I will admit that. She's not as bad as Ralph. She's not. But she's still pretty bad. Okay, so my problem with Vanellope is that she was willing to leave her own game behind at one point. And I'm just like, okay, fam, you were like the most popular character of your game. If you leave, it might not get as popular. And that could potentially cause people to lose interest in it. And, like, I mean, I'm not sure if it would ever be, like, shut down entirely. But, you know, that would kind of make things harder for your game. Because, you know, your people needed you. And you're just like, they don't, not, you know, I'm just gonna, you know, go to a different game. Which is stupid, because that's, like, literally... And this just goes to my last bullet point here on this slide. Like, Vanellope was basically going turbo, and I'm like, wait, why is she going turbo in this movie? I thought that was a bad thing. Didn't the first movie establish that going turbo was a very bad thing to do? And by going turbo, I mean, like, going to another game and basically becoming a part of it. I thought that was a problem in the first movie, but here it's like, nah, let Vanellope do it. And I'm like, okay, so it's fine for Ralph. I mean, it's not fine for Ralph to go turbo, but it's fine for Vanellope to. Like, how does that work? Did the writers watch the first film? Like, okay, let me just calm down. Okay. So, oh my fucking god. So, Vanellope was literally willing to leave her own game behind. I'm like, fam, you know, you're being technically selfish. And Ralph even calls her out on this at one point. He even outright says, fam, you're not exactly innocent. You're willing to leave all of the people in your game behind. But Vanellope's response basically just blew him off in a selfish manner. I'm just like, yeah, Vanellope, fuck you. Just fuck you. Like, Ralph was in the wrong, but he had a point. You were being selfish. You just didn't want to admit it. So, no. Yeah, and plus, like, Vanellope, like, she was aware of the risks of, like, going to a different game and potentially getting deleted. Like, fam, if you're not part of a game's code and something happens to the game, you die. She knew that, yet she did it anyway. I'm like, Vanellope, did you not remember what... This fucking story, okay. I can't. I just can't. Especially when the game itself is so violent. Like, I can't with this movie. Oh, hi, Fish LPG. I just can't with this movie. Oh my god. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, exactly, Lego Kid. She literally left Sugar Rush just to go to an online game. Which didn't even need her. Like, the game, like, what was the game called? Slaughter Race? Like, Vanellope, you didn't need that game. But Sugar Rush needed you. I mean, I get that Sugar Rush was originally doing just... Now, you know, Vanellope was originally, like, kind of erased from Sugar Rush, so the game did well. Like, the game, you know... the game did well without her for a while. But considering that she recently got popular again, that she was basically the go-to character for everyone, and for some reason the game was just single-player instead of two-player like in the first film... The writers didn't watch the first film, but whatever. You think that still would have caused like some sort of consequences, which the film never explored. So I don't. Fuck this writing. But anyway, on to my next point. She basically let Ralph do all the work to get the money they needed, and then abandoned him. That's exactly what she did. I'm not lying. Like, I'm really not lying. She was helping at first. Like, Ralph was making a bunch of viral videos, and Vanellope was at first going to try to help get attention towards these videos. But then she's like, you know what? I'm just going to take a detour and, ooh, Disney princesses, let's hang out. And then she wastes valuable time and, you know, does a whole a sequence where she reflects on what she really wants to do, which was a nice sequence. Don't get me wrong. I should probably put that in the positives. I'll do that later. But now, still, like, fam, you're literally wasting time. You're literally letting Ralph do all the work. Get your ass in gear. This is not the time to be a Disney princess. Oh yeah, Maple, don't trust me. I'll get to that. I will get to that. Don't worry. I will get to that. I will get to that. In fact, it's actually my next bullet point. But I will get to that. My next main bullet point, I mean. But yeah, that I will get to that. The subplot with Phoenix and his wife. But yeah, like, basically Vanellope let Ralph do all the work. So, yeah. Which is a kind of a dick move on her part. I mean, I get that she was distracted, but you think she would have realized, oh shit, I gotta go and help Ralph out. But she didn't do that. So, oops. And I think I already touched on this earlier, but I'll touch on it again and in more depth. The movie didn't call out Vanellope's selfishness, only Ralph's. The movie pulled no punches when it came to calling Ralph out on his selfish actions, but with Vanellope, she got at most a verbal slap on the wrist. Like, Ralph called her out for leaving her game, for wanting to leave her game, but then it gets quickly dropped, and then it basically becomes about Ralph again, and I'm just like, that doesn't count. Vanellope should have gotten a much harder verbal slap than that. Because at this point, it looks like the film is so quick to, judge Ralph, and rightfully so, but you're not going to call Vanellope out for basically acting selfish the entire time. Yeah, okay. Sure. Fuck you. Fuck off with that mindset. I don't like one-sided conflicts like that. If both characters fuck up, call them both out on it. Because I've seen stories where only one person gets called out on, and the other one doesn't. That shit irritates me. It's not fair. Stop doing that. That's just amateurish writing. Don't do that. Call out both characters. Call them both out on their crap. Call them both out on it. Don't just do it with one. Because they were both in the wrong here. Ralph more so, but that doesn't change the fact that Vanellope was still being selfish. But you're going to call out his actions but not hers? Okay, whatever. Just whatever. Yeah, that's the thing. Vanellope literally could have just visited the online game in her off time. It wouldn't have been hard to find. But no, she literally wants to go there forever. And I'm like, fam, just go there when you're not working. Like, that would have worked. Hell, it would have been like the game could have worked that way. Like, oh, in this time period only, you can have Vanellope on your team or whatever, or play against her. That would have worked. But no. She literally decides to. She literally just decides. She wants to go and join Slaughter Race, which didn't even fucking need her. I can't with this movie. I can't with this movie. I can't with this movie. I cannot comprehend it. Dies of bruh, basically. I kind of think this movie should have just had the supporting cast join Ralph and Vanellope on their adventure. Yeah, that would have given Phoenix and Calhoun some much needed screen time, but that didn't happen, so oops. Which brings me to my next point. The subplot with Phoenix, Calhoun, and the Sugar Rush kids went nowhere. Like, there was a setup to where, like, Phoenix and Calhoun were like, you know what? These Sugar Rush kids, they need parents. And we're going to be their parents. And at first, it becomes a disaster, the whole parenting thing. And then the movie literally forgets about this for almost the entire time, and at the very end, it remembers, oh yeah, there was that subplot. Here, let's skip right to the end, where Phoenix and Calhoun apparently mastered the art of parenting off screen. And I'm just like, if you're not going to fucking follow through with the subplot, don't fucking introduce it, because I've seen stories where potentially interesting subplots get introduced and then get forgotten for most of the movie, only to be brought back at the end. Stop doing that. Stop. That's why. Like, I just don't get why people who do. Why would you do that? Because you're literally robbing people of what could have been interesting subplots. Like holy shit, how do you fuck that up? That's one of my biggest pet peeves with writing. Subplots that don't go anywhere. Stop doing that shit. Do your fucking subplots. Complete them. Like, this could have been an interesting and funny subplot, but no. It's forgotten for most of the movie, and then it gets resolved in the most anticlimactic, unsatisfying way ever. And I'm just like, yeah, this movie sucks. I'm so done with it. I'm so fucking done with it. If you're going to have subplots, actually write them. Please. And stop wasting everyone's time. So many amateurish writing mistakes in this fucking movie, I swear to God. I know, I just want to slap the writers for making so many stupid mistakes here. Like holy shit. Like, and most of them are caused by just... Actually, no. Some of these aren't even storytelling mistakes. Just stupid logic in general. And I'll get to that later, because that's what the next slide is about. Just dumb logic in this movie's universe. And another thing, the humor... I remember the first movie being funny. At least somewhat. I didn't think it was the funniest movie ever, but it was definitely... It did make me laugh several times. This movie, no. Just no. No. Just no, I didn't laugh very much. There were a few moments where I laughed, but there were a few and far in between. Most of the time I was just like, this is not funny. Like, have the writers ever written a joke before? This is not funny. This isn't funny. Just stop. Just fucking stop. Just stop. I feel like the funniest bits were with the Disney princesses. Like, everything else was just no. Just no. And there were a few funny bits during the viral video segment with Ralph, but that's it. For the most part, I didn't laugh. Just, no. See, the first movie had charm to it. The second movie didn't have any of that. It just didn't. It just didn't. Oh my god, just no. Just no. And I already covered the last point. Like, yeah, it feels like the writers didn't watch the first movie, or they did, but just didn't care. I'm sure that they know about. I'm sure that they watched the first film. I'm just like, it just feels like they didn't. If that makes sense. It's like, I'm sure they watched the first film, but just didn't care, or just didn't know what the fuck they were doing, or both. Who knows? But let's move on. Okay, I'm not done. I'm just not done. No, there's a lot. There's a lot. Okay, so these are going to be less about just storytelling mistakes and just stupid logic. Just stupid logic mistakes in general. Okay, so... Okay, so the whole okay, so there's this one bit where Ralph and Vanellope, they go into the eBay section of the internet because yeah, apparently you can do that, and they see the steering wheel that they need on display. That it's at some eBay auction, right? So they go there, and then see these two they don't know how eBay works. So, and apparently the writers don't know how eBay works either, but I'll get to that in a moment. They start bidding the wheel for the wheel, and they think that you're supposed to just call out random high numbers, just the highest number you can think of, and then you get the item. Again, not how it works, but they do that and they get the item. Okay, for $27,000. For $27,001, and then when they try to check out, they go to the checkout area. The person there tells them, you can't, like, fam, you have to use actual money for this, and they didn't, and they didn't realize this. But here's the thing, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Here, actually, let me just show you guys. Let me show you guys exactly what the problem is with the scene, the whole eBay scene. Let me show you, right? We're gonna watch the clip, and and I'm gonna show you exactly how the fuck the writers messed this up. Okay. So, oh wait, hold on, sorry. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so we're gonna watch this, and I'm gonna show you guys exactly what the fuck the writers messed up on regarding this movie. I honestly feel like they just watched the first 30 minutes of it and nothing else after that, basically. That's basically how I felt when I watched the movie. Okay, okay, hold on. Let me just oh damn. Damn, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, let me put that back. Okay. So let me put the volume up a bit. Okay, and I'm gonna need to okay.
Oh, there it is! There it is, I see! Oh, someone else is trying to win it. Come on, hurry, let's go!
We got 275, and with 30 seconds left in the auction, we have 275. I got 3, can I get a 305, 305, can I get a 35? 305. 305, can I get a 310, can you get 3?
Oh wait, hold on. I don't even think I have the shit. Hang on. Oh my god. Nope, it's not even my bad. Oh crap, what the hell? Where's my cursor? My cursor! Ah! Hang on. Oh, pfft. I played it on the wrong shit. No wonder. I was like, wait, why isn't it showing up here? Okay, what the hell? My cursor. What the fuck? I can't see my cursor. Okay, there we go. I just pressed Control Alt Delete. Okay. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. Yeah, same here. I actually used the eBay recently to buy a movie. Okay, there we go. Now you guys can see it just fine. Okay.
Oh, there it is! There it is, I see! Oh, someone else is trying to win it. Come on, hurry, let's go!
We got 275, and with 30 seconds left in the auction, we have 275. 3, do I hit 3? Would you get a 3? Can I get a 3?
I'll give you 3.
I got 3, can I get a 305? 305, can I get a 35?
305.
305, can I get a 310? Can you bid 310?
310.
315.
320. 325.
Oh man, this guy's good. He keeps coming up with numbers like it's nothing.
I have 3 and a quarter. Do I hit 350? 350, 350,
What's
did I
this?
need 350?
1,000!
1,000! We now have a bid of 1,000.
Way to go, kid. That is a huge number.
Thank you.
Check this out.
15,000.
15,000? Do I hear 15.5?
15 fiber.
16!
17.
18!
20.
23!
25.
27!
27 and 1.
And sold for 27,001 to the barefoot hobo in the broken overalls.
Hey, that's me.
we won.
We won.
Congratulations. Here's your voucher for auction item 197324579. Please take it to checkout for processing.
So, we are set to ship one Sugar Rush steering wheel to a Lit Wax family, Funland in Los Alvarezos, California.
Yep.
With expedited shipping, that should arrive Wednesday morning.
That's 2 whole days before Litwax grabs your game. We're way ahead of schedule.
We rule!
I'll just need a credit card.
Sorry, what's a credit card number?
A credit card number.
Number, right. 7.
Excuse me.
Sorry, no, you're right. Ridiculous. I meant 11.
Those aren't credit card numbers.
I'm pretty sure they are.
How exactly do you intend to pay for this item, sir? You owe $27,001.
What?
Dollars? Dollars like money?
Yes. And if you don't have a credit card, we also accept PayPal, Venmo, ProPay, Square Cash, and Blessed Cards.
You're gonna laugh. Okay. So this big galoot, he left his wallet at home?
Yeah. Yeah, I did leave my wallet at home in my wallet room, and the door's locked.
Look, if you don't pay within 24 hours, you will be in violation of the unpaid item policy. You will forfeit the bid, and you will lose this item. Next.
Okay, stop. Okay, stop. Let me just go back here. So, okay, one thing that's wrong with this, and like, okay, when you bid on eBay, you're not just shown the number, you're also shown the currency, the type of currency. So Canadian dollars, American dollars, euros, whatever. But the movie doesn't show that. Like, see, it just says 305, but it doesn't show the currency. And if it had shown the currency, Ralph and Vanellope probably wouldn't have done the stupid bidding that they did. And another thing, that's not how bids work. So when on eBay, when you bid, you're supposed to bid a number higher than the current bid, but the thing is that number that you bid, that's your maximum bid. The maximum amount that you're willing to pay. You put that amount in, and then over time, eBay will automatically auction for you and other people in small increments. Like say the current bid of an item is $120, and your max is $200. The other people can't see that number, but eBay keeps increasing the current bid for everyone involved. Whoever is continuing, whoever's still participating, that current bid increases incrementally, like say by $5 and $10 until it reaches the maximum bid. If it gets to that point, it doesn't have to get to that point. Like you could bid like $200 on a $100 item and not have to pay that much. It's just what matters is that you have the highest bid, the highest current bid when time runs out. That's the important part. So, if the system had worked like that, Vanellope and Ralph would have realized oh shit, the number's not increasing the way it should. I think we're not understanding how this game works. Let's change our strategy. But no, they literally had to throw that whole system away just to have this scene where they break the laws of eBay logic. Like the logic of eBay laws, just so that there could be a conflict. It's like, oh shit, now we have to get all this money before we lose the item. Yeah, just okay, sure, whatever. And oh shit, I closed out the other. Oh shit, let me open up another. My bad. I need to reopen the fucking. So yeah, the writers kind of just threw eBay logic out the window. I mean, I get that sometimes you have to kind of do that to make your story work, but here it's just so contrived the way they do it. Because if the system had worked the way it was supposed to, then Vanellope and Ralph literally would not have this issue of money at all. Literally, all they would just have to do is just keep. I don't know. No. And going back to this, so here's the thing. Oh, let me actually change that. Sorry, I meant to edit this. So the unpaid eBay deadline thing. So they had 24 hours to pay for the item before the bid was removed, right? Before it was forfeited. It's actually 4 days, but I don't know if eBay had different laws back when this movie was made, a different deadline, I mean, so I don't know. So I'm not gonna comment on that. But here's the thing though, literally nothing is stopping the seller from just putting the item up for auction again. They can do that. So, but yet the movie makes it sound like Ralph and Vanellope will lose the item forever if they actually don't pay. They don't fulfill their obligation to pay. No, really all they would just do is get a cancellation strike on their account, and then but then that wouldn't technically stop them from, you know, getting the item again, as long as you don't have too many cancellation strikes. So really, like, even if they had lost the item, it wouldn't have mattered that much. I mean, I get that they were like trying to get the parts before Friday, but like, really, like, the movie made the whole thing like way more high stakes than it needed to be. Literally, the seller could have just set the item, put the item up for auction again. Plenty of sellers do that. Like, this wasn't really a high stakes thing. So, yeah. So yeah, the film kind of just ignored the laws of the logic of eBay, because that's really not how eBay works. and I wouldn't be complaining about it, but like, the thing is that, like, it's just so contrived. Like, they couldn't come up with a better way they couldn't come up with a better way to like come up with a better conflict. Like, I don't know, it just seems so stupid to me that they just kind of just threw eBay logic out the window like that. Like, I'm fine with stories like, you know, like taking leaps of logic here and there, but the way like that was done here was just kind of stupid and unnecessary, in my opinion. Like, they could have just, was there not any other way to like have this like set up this conflict? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, you might as well. Like, selling things on eBay, that could give you some extra cash. The Avatar when Ralph and Vanellope are just saying random prices is just me watching this whole scene in the movie. Right? Basically. But anyway, that's one complaint I have. It's like, it's not exactly minor. I won't say it's the biggest complaint I have with this movie, but like, the thing is that the movie's conflict, or at least part of it, is contingent on this one particular point, and it makes no sense to begin with. So I'm just like, okay, yeah, sure. Like, see, that's the thing about this movie. It's just one of those movies that doesn't make a lot of sense, to the point where you just have to turn your brain off in order to like just watch it. And another thing that doesn't make sense about this movie is that Ralph left this game for an extended period of time, and this didn't cause problems. Like, how did Ralph like literally go one whole day without needing to go to his game? It's not like the arcade was closed. It wasn't. If it was closed, the story would have mentioned it. Like, but the story didn't. So I have no idea what the hell. Like, because Felix at one point even said, "Okay, Ralph, you go and get that steering wheel. I'll cover for you." What the fuck does that mean? How do you cover for the guy who literally is the antagonist of your game? How does that work? How the fuck does that work? How do you cover for Ralph in this game? Like, literally, when Ralph went missing at one point in the movie, everyone was freaking out. Shit was happening. Like literally chaos was happening. But here it's not an issue. This movie makes no damn sense. I can't with this movie. People were like, no one knows what eBay is anymore. Everyone uses Amazon. Let's just throw the logic out and pretend that's how it works. LOL. Basically. I actually participated in the eBay auction once, although I lost because, to be honest, I had a basic idea of how it worked, but I just sucked at bidding. So, but it's like, that's okay. I know better now, but yeah, not successful. But anyway, but yeah, like that should have caused problems with Ralph's game, but it didn't. Although I can see why some people wouldn't be bothered by this, because the movie gets along just fine without it. Although it would have been interesting to see Phoenix like juggling both the WreckItRalph game and, you know, the Sugar Rush Kiss at the same time. That would have led to some interesting screen time for him, but no, we didn't get that. So yeah. Yeah, I can understand why it wouldn't bother you, Maple. I mean, it's technically an issue, but you know, it's okay if an issue doesn't bother you. Like, there are issues in movies that don't bother me, but you know, at the end of the day, they're still issues. So it's like, and another thing that this movie does that never made any sense to me. It had product placement, which is not necessarily a bad thing as long as it's not overdone, like in the Emoji Movie, for example. Like, for one thing, YouTube and Google exist in the movie, so if the writers could use YouTube and Google, if the writers and animators could use those, why didn't they just use those? Why did they use BuzzTube and Knows More, which are basically the same thing? Like, why bother using knockoffs? Sorry, I said knockouts. Why bother using knockoffs when you have the real thing? Like, why? It's not a huge issue. I'm not saying that it's a huge issue, but it's just one of those things where you can't just help but you can't just help but notice it, and you just have to wonder why. Like, why? Like, you have YouTube and Google. Just use YouTube and Google. Why use BuzzTube and Knows More? Like, why? I don't know. Like, this movie just does make some weird decisions regarding the writing. And I already covered this. It goes back to the whole, the first item here. Kind of the first plot point here. Like, really, Vanellope and Ralph should have known that bidding involved actual money. And they would have if the system had actually been implemented correctly, but it wasn't, so what can you do? So now, let's talk about the last point here. So at the end of the movie, Vanellope gets to go to Slaughter Race, and her code gets added by Shank, one of the characters of that game. So, and I'm just like, okay, but how is that gonna isn't this going to cause problems? Like, for one thing, you have a video game character literally messing with your code. Like, game developers would investigate that. They'd probably think they were hacked or something went wrong in the coding, and then they'd go and make changes. Like, Vanellope would not literally just be allowed to sit there and be a part of the game that she was never in the first place. Like, it just, like, how is it not, like, that's gonna cause problems. Like, how do we know she won't get deleted? Apparently she doesn't, because, like, there's a time skip later, and, like, right before the ending of the movie, like, so, where Ralph and Vanellope, are talking on the phone, and, like, I think a few months had passed, or it's just, I don't know, it's just, like, how does Vanellope not get deleted? Like, she, it's just, like, the developers are just not gonna let her be there for no reason, because for all we know, she could just be a virus, or a hack, or what the hell ever. It wouldn't even be considered a mod, considering that it's an online game. But, I mean, not that, like, at least not in that sense. Like, it's just like she came out of nowhere, and like the movie's like, oh, that's not going to cause any problems, especially if the game itself codes her in. Yeah, no, just no. That doesn't make any fucking sense. But anyway, yeah, I think I've covered just about all the stupid storytelling and mistakes and logic holes, stupid leaps of logic in this movie. Like, because really, holy shit, there's just so much wrong with it. God damn, holy shit. Okay, I'm just glad to be done with that shit, because there's just so much to unpack. Oh, let me go back to the positives for a moment. We need more positives to counter all the negativity that this movie has. So, I like the character Shank. Yeah, there's a female character in the Slaughter Race game. Her name is Shank. She's actually a good character. I like her. She's cool. She she's firm but fair. She's a great driver. She's very kind and helpful. And she acts like a sort of big sister / mentor to Vanellope, which I liked. I actually liked the character Shank. The other characters are just basically one-note personalities. Yeah, she has a crew, but I mean, they're okay, but they weren't really all that fleshed out. It's really Shank that's the important one. Everyone else is just kind of there. So I liked her character. And her relationship with Vanellope. Anything else? I mean, Spamley was another character. He was okay. Oh, there's actually one more thing I want to talk about regarding the negatives. I think I've talked about all the characters. But yeah, Shank, I liked Shank. Spamley and Knowsmore were okay. That's it. The Disney princesses were cool, but I already commented on that. And I also liked how there's this one humorous bit during the Disney princesses segment where the girl from Brave, Merida, or whatever her name was, she speaks like just she speaks completely unintelligible Scottish English, and it's so funny. It was just so funny. I thought that was funny. I was like, we haven't heard her speak. What does she sound like? And then she just says something so unintelligible, and I'm just like, oh, okay. So I'm thinking Disney doesn't like her. But anyway, that was funny. But yeah, that's all I have to say on the characters. So she comes across as more of a female version of Vin Diesel. That's fair. That is fair. And she's not exactly, I like her, but she's not exactly original. Because like I've seen this kind of character before. Oh, you have to go? Okay, bye, Johnson. Shank is also voiced by Gal Gadot. Oh yeah, that's right. Most of them as Wonder Woman that was even in the Fast and Furious movies. No wonder they casted her here. Admittedly, Gadot is not the greatest actress in the world, but she's good here, and as Wonder Woman. I agree. I actually thought her acting here was pretty good. Another thing that didn't make sense about the movie, let me go back to the negatives. I'm sorry, I just thought of something else. So there's this one point where Ralph, like, and I forgot to mention this, but this really shows how selfish Ralph was in this movie. Even if he meant well, he was still pretty damn selfish. At one point, he goes with Spamley to this area called the Darknet. Yeah, it exists, apparently, but whatever. And they go see this guy who gives them a virus named Arthur. I think its name is Arthur, whatever. And Ralph wanted to use this virus to mess up Vanellope's game. I keep calling her Penelope. Vanellope's game, so that she could just come back to Sugar Rush. So that, you know, it's like, okay, let me give this virus, I'll make her game really slow. But it ends up nearly destroying the game. But the game does get rebooted, fortunately, but Vanellope almost gets killed as a result because, you know, she wasn't part of the code. So if she had stayed in the game when it got rebooted, she would have died. So Ralph basically risked ruining the game and almost ended up killing Vanellope. And she gets really pissed at him, and rightfully so. That was a very dick move on Ralph's part. Now, granted, Ralph didn't mean to kill anyone or even hurt anyone, but it was a dick move on his part. But that's what I wanted to complain about. But there's another thing I wanted to complain about. So Ralph was given the virus for free. That's not a negative I have with the movie, where it just doesn't make sense. Like, the guy who gave him the virus, like, he was established to be pretty mean, and he didn't look like the type to do charity. Yet he literally gives the virus to Ralph, and then Ralph and Spamley just walk out of there. Like, he doesn't ask for payment or anything like that. He literally just gives him the virus and leaves. And I'm just like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. That's contrived as hell, but whatever. Like, no, I'm sorry, it's just stupid. I mean, I'm sorry, but it just didn't make any sense to me. Like, Like, like normally when people do this kind of shit, they ask for payments or some sort of compensation. But that didn't happen here. It's just stupid. Like, I'm sorry, but it's just something that I couldn't ignore. It's just so dumb. Like, why? And holy shit, she is beautiful as hell. I haven't seen her. Pictures of her, I mean. To be honest, it's not necessarily the breaking of lore and continuity that bothers me the most. It's the breaking of the moral of the first one. Exactly. Like, that's the thing that bothers me the most. Not so much the leaps of logic. Like I can deal with leaps of logic as long as the actual storytelling still works in a sense, but it doesn't. In this movie, it didn't work. It didn't work at all. Like, the lore and the continuity was just... Oh, shit. Like, sorry, like, for one... Like, you know, my Google Chrome crashed for some reason. But anyway, but yeah, like, it's not so much the breaking of the world building, the rules of the world. Like, that's not what bothered me the most. It bothered me, but that wasn't the biggest issue. The biggest issue to me was just that they literally botched the characters of this film. And I'm just like, why? Yeah, that's the thing. If this movie hadn't been a sequel, if it hadn't been released as a sequel to the original, people probably would be nicer towards it. Granted, they would still rip on it, and rightfully so, but they wouldn't be as mean to it. You know, kind of like with Cars 2, where it's like, okay, you know, if this weren't a sequel to the original movie, then people wouldn't be as harsh on it as they are. But like, that didn't happen, so oops. That wasn't the case. So, what can you do? So, yeah. Oh, hi, Scott. But yeah, like this movie makes no sense from a storytelling perspective and from a logical perspective. Like, again, I'm not against movies like taking leaps of logic here and there to make just so the narrative could work. But this movie takes leaps of logic literally everywhere, and it's just jarring to see. But again, that's not the biggest issue with the movie. The biggest issue with the movie is just the botched characterization of Vanellope and Ralph. They both act selfish in this movie. Like, and I'm like, who the fuck are these characters? Who are these characters? What happened to the characters in the first film? From the first film? Like, what happened to them? Like, what the hell happened to them? But yeah, Ralph Breaks the Internet. I didn't hate it as much as I thought I would. I actually kind of liked it. Some parts of it anyway. But but it just didn't sit right with me because there were many things in this movie that made no fucking sense. No sense at all. Like, even the whole, having to pay for having to get the item within a certain deadline, even that part didn't make any sense. I just, like, at least make the main conflict make sense. Actually, that wasn't the main conflict, but it was part of it. At least have that make sense, even if nothing else does. Like, come on. The writing in this one is just atrocious. Like, seriously, the issues with the storytelling in this movie range from mischaracterization to stupid leaps of logic to contrivances, like, just not even one or two, just multiple contrivances, and it's just fucking irritating. It was just irritating to watch. Oh yeah, regarding the Disney princesses, there was this one bit at the end of the movie where they tried to save Ralph from falling to his death. It was a nice sequence where all of them worked together to catch Ralph. But, like, I mean, it was over the top and a lot of it was unnecessary, but it was still good. I liked it. So that's another thing I liked about the Disney princesses. That was it. Sorry. Anyway. If you give me a virus, I better get some money for it. Right? This movie, oh my god. That it has some enjoyment in it, but that was mostly the surface level stuff like the Easter eggs and cameos and such. Basically, that's the thing. The enjoyment of this movie, like the things that you enjoy about this movie, they're all pretty much surface level. Or at least they're likely to be surface level, because the movie doesn't really have much going on underneath the surface. It's just one big, vapid, stupid, contrived, illogical, bastardized mess. But now, if we were to evaluate this on its own merits, rather than like, you know, comparing it to the first movie, which I honestly didn't do much of. The only thing I compared really is it was only the characterization that I and the, you know, world building logic that I had issues with regarding this movie's connections to the first movie. But anyway, like, yeah, as its own thing, Ralph Breaks the Internet is just mediocre and bland. But as a sequel, it's just bad. In fact, I'd say it's bad in both categories, but it's even worse when you think of it as a sequel to the first movie. Bastardize, right? I love that word. But yeah, it doesn't work as a sequel to the first Wreck-It Ralph. It's basically Cars 2. It's this series version of Cars 2. Although Cars 2 was a better movie, I'm not gonna lie. At least that one made some sense. This one makes no sense. This one made no sense at all. Like, I just couldn't. Are you gonna head out? Okay, cool. Alright, see you later, Scott. You're not gonna, like, I was about to talk about the plane movies, but that's okay. Like, it's okay if you leave now, because there's really not much to say about them. For what it's worth, I kind of enjoyed them. Like, there were some parts I enjoyed, but there were certain parts where I just didn't. I was just like, oh my god, this movie can just be over already. So now, as I promised, here's my ranking of the modern Disney movies since 2009. Wreck-It Ralph, then Tangled, then Zootopia, then Encanto, then Moana, then Winnie the Pooh, then Princess and the Frog, then Frozen, then Big Hero 6, then Raya, then Frozen 2, then Ralph Breaks the Internet. Personally, I would put Zootopia and Tangled above Wreck-It Ralph, as well as Encanto. And I would put Frozen 2 over Raya. But that's just me. But really, I haven't seen The Princess of the Frog or Big Hero 6. I plan to watch them. I've been meaning to watch them, but, you know, I just haven't gotten around to doing so. But I will watch them. But yeah, anyway. But yeah, I pretty much agree with your list. I totally forgot about the Planes movies. Right? It's like, that's the thing. I spent so much time talking about these two movies that I'm like, like, I'm glad I got those out of the way, because the Planes movies are just, they're so forgettable. To me, honestly, they weren't even, like, I didn't even feel like they were necessary. I mean, they had interesting morals, but that's it. And even then, I feel like other stories did those morals better. But yeah, as for Ralph Breaks the Internet, it's bad. Both as a sequel and as a standalone movie, it's bad. But as a sequel, it's really bad. Just, I wouldn't outright say, like, completely terrible. Not like the Emoji Movie level bad. I do not think that's fair. Like, it's, at least Ralph Breaks the Internet entertained me. The Emoji Movie didn't. But Ralph Breaks the Internet is just not a good movie. It's just bad, very bad. It just makes so many mistakes in storytelling, and honestly, some of these could have been avoided if the writers had just paid attention to the first film a bit more, but they didn't. So, what can you do? But yeah, Ralph Breaks the Internet is just a big no. Anyway, I mean, at least it's better than the Ice Age Adventures of Buck Wild. Nothing can be, like, that movie is just very, very bad. Ralph Breaks the Internet is not even close to that. Not even close. Not even Ice Age Collision Course is that bad. But anyway, I need to watch Big Hero 6. Like, from what I've heard, people found it a solid movie, but I think it has its fair share of critics. Yeah, I actually liked their appearance in Kingdom Hearts 3. I thought it was pretty cool, although it could have been handled better because they were kind of weakened just to let Sora, you know, be the hero. I kind of didn't like that. I would have preferred that they hadn't been weakened. But so at least so much to the extent that, you know, Kingdom Hearts 3 made them weak. Like, I feel like because like I think like earlier Kingdom Hearts games were better at making characters depend on Sora, but not to the point where they were not to the point where they just outright struggled without him. But anyway, but yeah, I did like their appearance in Kingdom Hearts 3 nonetheless. Yeah, exactly. Ralph Breaks the Internet is definitely one of Disney's worst movies. Unarguably one of Disney's worst. I haven't even seen Mars Needs Moms. I've heard of it, and I've even watched Saber Spark's review of it. Saber Spark is a famous YouTube critic of movies. I saw his review of it, so I know about the movie. But I have no plans of watching it because from his review and from what I've heard of it, it's just plain bad. Very bad. Like, definitely one of Disney's worst movies. Chicken Little, I actually liked Chicken Little. Although I agree that it did have problems, I actually did like it. I even liked the game. Not Ace in Action, the first game. I've never played Ace in Action. But honestly, if I rewatch Chicken Little, maybe I think I've watched it like twice, but I cannot even remember. But anyway, if I rewatch it, maybe my opinions will change, but I remember liking it. Yeah, Mars Needs Moms is just a flop. It's outright awful. Like, literally everything about it is just bad. Just atrocious. Just disgusting. Good thing I don't have work tomorrow because I do not feel like... I hope they can find an opening cashier tomorrow because I really do not want to go into work tomorrow. Because then I'll have to work 6 days this week and I'm not looking to work any more overtime. But anyway. But yeah, I can talk about the Planes movies really quickly. But yeah, Mars Needs Moms. I'm not watching that. Just, no. I'm not watching that. Just, ew. Just ill. Like, it's just a very ill movie. It's just so ugh. Like, if you watch it, you feel like if you watch it, you're gonna need to take a shower. It's just ill. I do remember watching Mr. Ender's review of it, and he lost his fucking mind about Chicken Little's father. Yeah, a lot of people, not even just him, a lot of people really hate that guy. And I'm like, guys, he wasn't that bad. I don't even think he was the worst parent ever. He was bad, a very bad parent. Don't get me wrong, but honestly, I think he's pretty tame compared to other people out there. Like, I can imagine worse parents than him. I need to watch the review. I honestly stopped watching Mr. Ender's review like years ago, his reviews, because I just lost interest in him. Which is weird because I guess I stopped just before he kind of went downhill. But now I'm glad I don't watch his reviews anymore. I hate to watch Turning Red. His review of Turning Red. We already know what the hell. We already know how fucking bad that one is. 9/11. Shut up, Mr. Anna. Shut up. The movie took place in Canada. Who the fuck cares? Oh, you don't have work tomorrow either? Okay, good. So I can cover the DreamWorks movies with you around. The, Shark Tale, Ants, and the 2 Boss Baby movies. He's now known as the Turning Red 9/11 guy. Good. I'm like, dude, why are you seriously, that was such an invalid complaint. Like, it's like saying, oh, how dare this movie that took place in Australia not mention 9/11? Okay, well maybe that's not a fair comparison, but you know, Canada's a separate country from the U.S. and do some people just not do some people forget that? I feel like they do. Like, why would Canada be affected by this? Or hell, Mexico, like Mexico, like what if a movie took place in Mexico and they were like, why didn't this mention 9/11? I'm like, this took place in the U.S. Who it doesn't affect neighboring countries, fam. It doesn't. Stop acting like it. God. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go on to the planes review. And I have quite a bit to say about those. Not a lot, but really they feel like downgraded versions of the Cars movies. Especially since Pixar didn't even make them. So they don't have the charm that the Pixar movies have. Even Cars 2 had more charm than the Planes movies. I would not say that Cars 2 is better than the Planes movies, but it certainly is more entertaining. But I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. And it will continue from there. eBay works. Okay. I'll still listen, but I don't have a single thing to say about these movies. Fair enough. Let's just get to it. Okay. Planes. You know, these movies are so... I kind of like them. Don't get me wrong, I kind of like them, but at the same time, I kind of don't. Like, I just have mixed feelings on them, basically. Okay, so the first one was... Honestly, they're both about the same to me. Some people like the second one more. I think some people like the first one more as well, but I'm not even sure about that. I'm just guessing. But... I mean, the second one isn't worse than the first, but I wouldn't say it's better either. To me, they're about the same. But, okay, so planes. So let me talk about the characters, right? So here's our list of characters. And there's going to be a lot of shade thrown here. I'm just going to warn you guys now. So you have Not Lightning McQueen. A.K.A. Dusty Crop Hopper, who's a crop duster plane who wants to be a pilot. Pilot. A racing plane. He's a crop duster plane who wants to be a racing plane. So I call him Not Lightning McQueen. Because, you know, his story is similar to Lightning McQueen's. Not the exact same, but fairly similar. To where, like... Well, to be fair, Lightning McQueen was already a racer. But... You know, he and Dusty, they both become racing legends. So, whatever. So, you also have Markdown Mater, aka Chug. I don't know what his full name is, and I don't care to look it up. But he's basically Dusty's fuel consultant. Like, he basically gives Dusty his gas or whatever. And then you have... Discount Doc Hudson, aka Skipper, who was an old warplane who once lost his platoon to a bunch of enemy planes. Like, they were just doing recon on enemy ships, and they decided to go in for a closer look, and then they were ambushed, and almost all of them were literally wiped out in the airfield battle. They were all wiped out by enemy planes, except for Skipper. He was rescued, but everyone else died. So it was a pretty dark backstory. So, yeah. And then you also have... Hold on. And then you also have Not Sally, aka Dottie, who is Dusty's mechanic. Like, she's one of those cars that look... She's one of those cars, you know, like the same kind of car that Guido is. I don't know what those cars are called, but she's one of those. And she's Dusty's mechanic. And then you have Not Guido, aka I think Sparky, yeah, who's Skipper's mechanic. So Dottie is Dusty's mechanic and Sparky is Skipper's mechanic. So those are the 5 main characters. Oh, and you also have Copycat Chick Hicks, aka what was it? I literally forgot what his name was. Ripslinger, who's Dusty's rival in the races. So, yeah, so basically you have all these downgraded, marked down, discounted, copied versions of the characters from the original Cars movies. No, I'm kidding. Like they're more than that, but they do kind of remind me of discount versions of the characters from the Cars movies. But they all technically have their personalities are the same in some areas, but not in others. So they're not really like copies. Like for example, Dusty Crophopper doesn't start off as a selfish plane. He's actually see, unlike Lightning, he actually like helps out other racers throughout the movie, not just at the end. So Dusty develops, but not in the sense of learning to care for others, because like he already had that. His conflict is different, but he wants to be a racer, and he has a similar racing conflict with his rival. So, but anyway, those are the characters. So now let's talk about. Okay, so the plot. Okay, so as I said, Dusty Crophopper wants to be a racing plane, but he's apparently not built for it because he's just a crop duster plane. But throughout the story, he gradually overcomes that and becomes the winner of this really big race around the world. Which was actually decently executed, but could have been better. I mean, I liked the racing segment. I thought the racing segment itself was pretty well done. It was exciting to see how actual planes race. But at least I'm assuming that's how they race. But everything else was kind of just meh. Like that's the thing. These movies are just very meh. They're meh. They're just meh, like the meh emoji. Meh, meh, just meh. Positives. Well, I do admit that the characters, most of the characters I listed, at first I kind of found them annoying or just basic and boring, but I admit that over time they actually grew on me a bit. Sort of. The key thing here is sort of. So it's like I went from just not caring about them or even finding them outright annoying to just tolerating them and maybe even liking them a little. So like with me, I started liking them overall, but just a little bit. Like not a whole lot, just a little bit. But let me talk about the positives. I'm not going to list the characters as positives though, because honestly they're just not that interesting in general. Although I guess you could say that Dottie was okay. I like Dottie, Dusty, and Skipper were okay characters. It's really just Chuck and Sparky that annoyed me. Like they don't know how to shut the fuck up, especially Chug. Literally everything that Chug says is cringe. It's cringe. Like everything he says is cringe. In fact, this entire movie's humor is cringe. Look at me, I'm already talking about the negatives because maybe I should talk about the negatives first. Let's just do that. Fuck the positives. Let's talk about the negatives first because I have a lot to say on those. Okay, negatives. The humor is virtually non-existent. The humor is non-existent. Virtually non-existent. And that kind of ties into the point I made earlier about how these movies were not made by Pixar, because Pixar actually has a sense of humor. Apparently, Disney Toon Studios, the people who made this movie, and the sequel, apparently they don't have a sense of humor. They just don't. Like the movie does make plenty of jokes, but they are not funny for the most part. I can count the number of times on one hand that I actually chuckled. Not like outright laughed, just chuckled. Because the movie overall it's just not very funny. It's not. And I know that humor is subjective in a sense, but honestly, I don't think I think I'd be really hard pressed to find anybody who laughed out loud at this movie constantly. Because this movie just doesn't seem very funny to me. It's just not. Not even there were comic relief characters in the movie. Like there's this one combatant, like one of the competitors in the race. He was a Hispanic plane. I think he was from Mexico or whatever. Honestly, he was not very funny. Chug, Dusty's best friend, not very funny. Sparky, Skipper's mechanic, not very funny. This movie just doesn't know what funny is. It doesn't. I'm sorry. No, I'm not actually. It's just not very funny. Like not like the first Cars movie, which actually had humor. It was actually funny. It wasn't the funniest thing I saw, but it was funny. This movie is not funny. It's not. Oh, I'll be right back. Hold on. Bye. Yeah, I said I would cover for someone. I said I would cover for someone. Tomorrow and Saturday. They gave me Saturday off this week. Yeah, that's why I accepted today. I didn't have to, but I did. Yeah, exactly. And plus, huh? Oh, we were really understaffed today because we had like one cashier. She stopped showing up to work some time ago. I don't know, like we don't know what was going on with her. She just had attendance issues. And one, the courtesy clerks, the ones that bag groceries and pull carts. Our opening courtesy clerk didn't show. So the utility clerk had to do the cleaning and do his job. Yeah. And he's been doing quite a bit of that actually. Because we can never get enough baggers. Yeah, exactly. It makes me wonder Okay. I already kind of don't want to talk about these movies. I could have just skipped them entirely, but you know, it's. I feel like if I just don't do it now, then I'll just be, then I'll just like I just feel like I should just get them out of the way, you know. So, but yeah, like the humor is non-existent. Another thing that I don't like is that this film probably has like some of the worst banter I've ever come across in any story about racing or about competition in general. Like here, let me show you guys. Hold on. Let me just show you what I mean. Exactly what I mean. Because this shit is just absolutely just pure auditory diarrhea. So let me show you. Okay, so I'm just gonna go to Disney Plus on my phone. Actually, I could just do it on my laptop. I don't need to use my phone. Hang on. So let me go to Disney Plus, and then like and let me just find the Planes movies. Oh, they're so basic. Okay. So basic. Okay, so I want you guys to listen to an excerpt from this movie. Oh, hold on, my mom's calling me. Yeah? Yeah? Huh? It needs to be cut? Seriously? Is it just the front? Okay, I am back. Now let me just skip ahead to. Here's. Okay, here's one. Okay, so the context here is that Dusty is he comes across his rival in one of the resting areas of the competition, and you know, he's just and apparently his rival has just like tried to sabotage him in the race. I think that's what it was. Did we already go past that part? Can't remember. Why the fuck does my cursor keep disappearing? Okay, there we go. Yeah, it was just after that part, so okay, I'm just gonna oh, actually, you know what? Okay, actually no, let me play it. It's fine.
Dusty!
He's back.
You gotta be kidding me.
Whoa! Who's that guy?
It's the crop duster.
Another one?
It's the same one, knucklehead.
Move aside, idiots. Bolting on a few new parts doesn't change who you are. I can still smell the farm on you.
You know what? I finally get it. You're afraid of getting beat by a crop duster. Well, check 6, 'cause I'm coming.
What are you punks looking at?
Nothing, sorry.
Yeah, that banter could have been better. And here's more of it. Let me just see if I can find it. Like, that part was just... Where is it? Let's see. Skip ahead. Oh, here we go. Here's another part.
Thanks, guys!
Oh, right. This is just after Dusty had won the whole championship.
Rip Stinker, yeah, that's your name. That's some supersonic suicide. Man, I thought about a Stinker Bunch was bad. Man, that's got nothing on you. Woo, you just nasty. Nasty-licious. You need to go home and wash up. Twice.
And for more context, Rich Slinger had just like crashed after losing to Dusty, and he landed and he hit a porta potty, so he was covered in sludge. Oh, hold on. Yes.
Hey,
Yeah.
remember if you cut in the front, don't forget to put the bag in there.
Okay.
So that all the this thing won't be on the floor.
Okay.
Alright, okay, bye.
Bye. But yeah, like that's the thing. Like the banter in this movie is just kind of lame. Like it's like the writers have never written banter before. It's just like these are the best insults you could come up with. Like, oh, you stink. Go shower twice. No, stop. Just stop. Or better watch your back because I'm coming. No, this is lame. And the entire movie is like this. I just like the banter. It's just lame. Outright. Like the Cars movies had better banter between the actual competitors. This one's just lame. It's so fucking lame. And another thing. Let's see. Any other negatives? Let's see. The plot. I mean, the plot was okay, I guess. Like, well, really, everything other than the main plot and Skipper's past was lame and boring. I'm sorry, it just was. Like the whole subplot of the Mexican plane, sorry, trying to win the heart of one of the female competitors. I was just like, no, this is not important to the movie. I don't care about this. Get this shit off the screen. Along with other subplots, like I'm trying to think of other examples, but that was definitely one of them. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't care about this. Like really, all I cared about was the race and, you know, Skipper's relationship with Dusty. That was all I cared about. Everything else in this movie didn't need to be there. But I guess it's not. I guess it's not a movie if you don't have irrelevant side characters in it. So, yeah. Let's see. The characters. The characters were generally very boring or uninteresting. Like, I can't name a single character from this movie that I actually liked. I can't. Well, I did say Dottie. Dottie, I liked Dottie. She was okay. She was kind of like Sally in a good way. But Dusty was likable as well. But it's really only those two. Everyone else is just boring as hell. Oh yeah, and I kind of like Skipper. So it's really just Dottie, Dusty, and Skipper I liked. Everyone else was just boring and uninteresting. Like the movie itself. So it's, I don't know why, like this movie just, like compared to the Cars movies, even compared to the second one, this movie had a very uninteresting cast of characters. They're just very forgettable. And some of their names I don't even remember. Like, holy shit. I'm just like, I feel like the people who made this movie tried to capture the magic of the Cars movies and they failed spectacularly. Like, God. That's not to say that the movie is bad, it's just so basic as fuck. I think, did I cover everything? I think are those all the negatives? So let's see. The humor is non-existent. The banter is lame. Most of the plot's boring. The characters were boring. I think that's everything regarding the negatives. Yeah, if Pixar had made this movie, it would have been a lot more interesting. I'm not gonna lie. Same goes for the sequel. But anyway. Oh shit, I'm looking at the review on Rotten Tomatoes. I mean the score on Rotten Tomatoes. The tomato meter says 25% for the first Planes movie and 49% for the audience score. And I'm just like, LOL. Lamau. Essentially, it's Cars retold with planes. Small, undiscerning kiddies will probably love it and demand the DVD on repeat. Adults will be nose diving into their popcorn with boredom. That's the thing. This movie is just very dull. It's dull. It's just dull. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like the racing segments. Those were exciting. And again, the relationship between Skipper... I'm sorry, the relationship Dusty had with Skipper and Dottie. Those moments are interesting. That's it. Literally everything else in this movie is boring. Everything else. But are there positives? Well, the animation is really good. Even better than the Cars movies. At least better than the first one. The animation is really good. So there's that. Yeah, it looks very slick, very clean. It feels like... It definitely looks better than the first movie. The first Cars movie, I mean. So, yeah, and maybe even the second one, but I'm not entirely sure. Maybe the second one. But yeah, it's so yeah, but yeah, the movie is basically just cars but with planes. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I mean, it's different enough to be its own story. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to reuse an idea, because that's what the Toy Story movies did, and that worked. It's just that this movie was kind of boring. They failed to make the characters interesting enough for you to actually care about them, and the lack of humor just didn't help. But still, this movie has good animation, very good animation. What else? I liked Dusty, Dottie, and Skipper as characters. I liked them. Dusty was he had good sportsmanship in the races. He even helped a plane. Like a plane was once blinded while flying. Like one of the competitors got blinded while flying, and Dusty helped them land to safety instead of crashing to their deaths. So that was very nice. Kind of like what Cars did at the end of the film. So the first movie, but with Dusty they decided to give him that character trait, make that like one of his inherent character traits, instead of just having something that he developed, making it a trait that he developed himself over the course of the movie. And Dottie was also interesting. She was smart, a bit sassy, very good with mechanics. She was a nice character. She didn't get a lot of screen time, but that's okay. She was a tolerable character. And Skipper was nice as well. I found this story interesting. Like, he's kind of like Doc Hudson, but at the same time not, because Doc Hudson was a racing legend, whereas Skipper, they actually subverted the whole character visits old person to learn from them, but turns out that they subverted that by making it so that the old person turns out to be kind of a hoax. This isn't the first movie to do that kind of thing, but I thought that was an interesting twist nonetheless, because again, Skipper, like, he didn't really do much flying. He was a naval airplane at one point, but he had only one mission, and that was it for him. And that mission ended in disaster, as I mentioned earlier. So it was an interesting backstory. And he was definitely one of the more interesting characters in the film. And I liked how he helped out Dusty. So at first he comes off as basically an imitation of a bland imitation of Doc Hudson, but he's actually more than that. But everyone else sucks. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, I literally found every other character either forgettable or annoying. But it's literally just Dottie, Dottie, and Skipper. They're the ones that carried the film. Everyone else is just irrelevant. But anyway. Anything else? Okay, so animation. The music was good. I remember liking the music. I don't remember much of it because, again, there were only a few songs that had lyrics in them. But I did enjoy the music. Like, the music complemented the high-flying action. So that was definitely good. Oh, you know what? I actually thought of another example where there was bad banter in this movie. Hold on, let me go back. I found another one right about here. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, wait, no. Okay, so this moment was like just after. This moment was just after, like, Dusty's rival Ripslinger tried to sabotage him, but then Skipper comes along and saves Dusty, like helps him take out Rip Slinger and his goons. Oh yeah, I forgot. Skipper, like, because of that mission, Skipper was afraid to fly again, but eventually got over his fear to help Dusty out. So that's the context.
Say hello to the Warsaw Windmill.
Whoa, you're crazy!
That's right. Dusty, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
That was pretty good for a crop duster.
And not bad for an old-timer who doesn't fly.
Oh, yeah? Well, I may be old, but at least I ain't afraid of heights.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, this banter is just so I hate the banter in this movie. Just no. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm like, could they, like, come up with better insults, fam? I mean, although to be fair, that one wasn't that bad, but like, this movie could have been something interesting. But oh well. But yeah, I did enjoy the music. Definitely plenty of good pieces playing throughout the film. Anything else? Animation. I like the basic idea of the plot. I don't know why I typed something different there. Yeah, the basic idea of the plot was interesting. Someone who, I mean, it's not completely original, because, you know, plenty of stories have done the whole, oh, but you're just this, you can't do that. Where the character is like, I want to be more than, you know, what I am. So, and that's basically what this movie is. Again, it's a common trope, but there's something wrong with, you know, using it here. Dusty didn't want to be just a crop duster. He wanted to be a racer, and that's exactly what he got to do. And it was told decently well. I will say that the execution wasn't perfect, but overall it was told pretty decently. The story, the whole plot of, you know, I can do more than what I can be more than what I am. So I like the basic idea, and the execution was all right. Like, it was decent. That's all I can say. Anything else? So plot, music, animation, characters. That's all I got. That's all I have. Unfortunately. Like, I can't think of anything else. Whenever I think of the name Skipper, I mostly just think of Skipper the Penguin in the Madagascar series. Right? That's so true. Let's see. You got word that the baseball postseason roster is set and your team is going to take on the Phillies at home in a best-of-3 series starting Friday. Oh, okay. Good luck to them. Although, who knows? I don't think they'll need it. They're pretty skilled. But you never know. You can never really know the outcome of a match until you actually play it. So it doesn't hurt to have a bit of luck on your side. At least a bit of luck. Okay, oh yeah, I forgot. Dusty had a fear of heights in the movie, which he eventually overcame. So he did go through some character development there. So I mean, I don't feel like writing that as a separate point though, because Dusty's the only one who develops throughout the film. But then again, he's the only character who needed to, since he was the main focus of the film. Well, Skipper did too, because, you know, he eventually got over his fear of flying, so. So yeah. Okay, I'm just looking at other reviews. You know, it's really hard to defend this film because it's so average. It's boringly average for a feature film release, but it's not completely terrible. Exactly. Forgettable. That's a key word here. Exactly. That's exactly how I felt about this movie. They just exist. This movie is just a thing that exists. That's honestly why I'm kind of nervous. You just know you just know damn well they're going to want revenge for 2011. If we lose that series, that would be the most embarrassing thing I'll have witnessed this year, aside from you getting like a 0 on Sonic Colors, on the final boss of Sonic Colors Ultimate. I don't know how I went from getting an S on my first try. Well, not my first try technically, but getting an S on the Wii version, but getting a 0 on Ultimate. To be fair, I hadn't practiced that final boss in Ultimate. I had practiced most of the game, but like I didn't have time to practice the boss, so I was just like, let me just watch a video and hopefully like I can get it. That didn't work. If I had just given myself more time to practice that boss, I wouldn't have struggled that much. You will likely have died of embarrassment, right? Right? Maple, please don't die of embarrassment, please. Am I done talking about the Planes movie? Because I kind of want to just stop talking about these movies. They're so boring. Okay, but I think that's it. I mean, the plot is simple. It works. The execution's decent. There are a few good characters. The music's good. The animation's really good. Like, actually, seriously, the movie just looks beautiful. But it doesn't help with the bland, everything surrounding the main plot being bland, the lame ass fuck banter, the non-existent humor, the boring as fuck characters. It's just this film is just boring. It's forgettable. And another thing that was really annoying to me is that the film has a very slow start, or maybe not a very slow start, but let's just say a very dull start. Because when I first started watching this movie, I was already bored within like the first 20 minutes. But shortly after the race began, I actually started liking the movie. I was like, oh, okay, now we're getting some action here. The movie just takes a while to, get off the ground and get up into the air. But yeah, the film just has a very dull start, and it's just. But once the races began, I started enjoying some of it. So yeah, Planes. I already want to stop talking about it. It's just there. It's a serviceable film. That's it. That's all I'm calling it. Serviceable. It's just mediocre. And then we talk about Fire and Rescue, which is actually less. It's actually less basic than. I will say that it's not as bland as the first movie, but it manages not to be all that interesting. Still, it's more interesting than the first movie, but yeah, I wouldn't rate it higher than the first movie. I just wouldn't, because some of the issues that were in the first movie are also present here. But let me just create a positive slide and a negatives slide. But yeah, Planes, Fire and Rescue is a sequel. And in this one, in this movie, Dusty becomes a firefighter plane. Yeah, he went from being a racing plane to a firefighter plane. Like at the beginning of the movie, he was like winning a bunch of races and shit, basically becoming a legend like McQueen. And fun fact, like there was actually Lightning McQueen did make a cameo in the movie. But it was in a newspaper ad, like a newspaper, like his picture was in a newspaper at one point in the movie, which I just happened to find by accident. I was trying to read the newspaper and I just saw his face there. If I hadn't paused there, I probably wouldn't have noticed it. But yeah, this movie obviously takes place in the same world as Cars, so it doesn't surprise me that Lightning McQueen made a cameo there. And fun fact, Sarge also makes a cameo in like later in the movie. Like there's this fire truck that that lives with Dusty and the other characters, you know, Skipper, Sparky, Chug, Dottie. Like they all live, I forgot what the place is called, something Junction, I don't remember. The movie's that forgettable to me. But that fire truck, I forgot what his name was. Mayday, I think? I can't remember. But he's a senior citizen, and that if you and at some point in the movie, like Dusty was looking at pictures of him back in his heyday as a firefighting truck, and he actually took a picture. Like there was actually a picture with Sarge, you know, Sarge, the truck in the Cars movies, the one who has a love-hate relationship with Fillmore. He was actually in a picture with the fire truck in the Planes sequel. And I was like, oh, okay. So I think those are like 2 cameos, and there might even be more, but those are the only 2 cameos of Cars characters that I can think of. Those are the only 2 that I found. But yeah, fire and rescue. So yeah, Dusty decides to become a firefighting plane this time because, see, unfortunately, Dusty ended up suffering some sort of malfunction in this movie. And so yeah, it reuses that idea from Cars 3 in a sense, where Lightning McQueen also has a nasty accident. Although with Dusty, it's not so much an accident. At first, it's just a malfunction, but at the end of the movie, it becomes an accident when he pushes himself too hard. But we'll get to that later. But yeah, similar idea where Dusty like suffers a malfunction and can't and it affects his racing. Just as Lightning suffered a crash and he couldn't bring himself to race anymore for a while. So similar thing, but and also like when Dusty was trying to see, like, the malfunction was like his gearbox wasn't working properly. Like apparently it had been pushed too hard, and I guess it just had wear and tear over the years or whatever. I don't know, but like Dottie told Dusty to just not go too fast, but then that would mean that he couldn't race anymore. So he decided to just go out for a test flight and try to see how much he could take the speed, what his highest speed could be while not going too fast. But unfortunately, he ends up crashing at one point, and nearly crashing, and he caused a fire. He hit some structure in the junction area and then caused a fire. And unfortunately, that fire spread a bit, and the fire truck's hose just wasn't it had a whole bunch of holes in it, so he couldn't just douse the fire with his hose. So everyone literally had to dump the water tower on top of the fire to get it to stop. And that got them all in trouble. So because there was basically no fire safety procedures in place. Or there were, but there was really they really couldn't do anything because the fire truck was simply too old to douse the fire out with his current equipment. So now Dusty and the others have to find a way to have better fire safety procedures for the junction area, or else this entire area will be shut down, and planes won't be able to land here anymore. Wouldn't be able to land here anymore. But so Dusty's like, okay, so what can we do to prevent that from happening? Okay, so now the fire marshal official or whatever told them the fire truck here needs someone to help him with the fires. And Dusty's like, okay, I'll be a firefighting plane then. So he goes off to some area and so that he can get certified. And then he I forgot what the place was called, but he meets this firefighting crew of planes and small cars. The ones that look like Guido from oh no, actually no, they're small bulldozers. I'm sorry. They're small bulldozers. Anyway. So Dusty goes through training. He went through training and he has several missteps because he just can't go too fast because of his gearbox. So this causes problems for the crew. Now at one point, they're dealing with this big fire, but it just becomes too big. It just becomes too big to control, and Dusty had failed to follow instructions, to follow orders properly. So that didn't help, and the leader, I think, what was his name? Blade? I can't remember, but he gets damaged trying to help and protect Dusty, who had fallen into the water, into a stream. But yeah, so that happens, and why do I? Never mind. So, and the fire, it continued to spread, and it was going to reach this hotel owned by the superintendent, who wasn't using the money he was getting wisely. He spent he had spent 80% of the budget for the firefighting crew for his hotel. So yeah, he was just very greedy with his money. It wasn't even just his money, but whatever. And he gets his comeuppance later, don't worry. But the superintendent at one point was like, "Oh no, the fire's gonna ruin my hotel." And he decided, after everyone had evacuated, he decided to reroute all the water from the fire crew area to his hotel, so that he could just prevent the fires from spreading by activating all the sprinklers in the hotel. So, which screws the fire crew over, because the firefighting crew, because they need that water to put out the fire. Because at one point, the people evacuating the area get trapped by falling trees and shit. They got trapped by that shit. So the firefighting crew had to make do with the water they had left. So they do their job and they save all the people who were evacuating. But unfortunately, Dusty, he had to push himself hard to save to save like to save the people of that area who were evacuating, and he ended up getting an engine burnout and crashing badly, just like Blade, kind of like what Blade did. Like Blade crashed. Blade, his mentor, the one helping him get certified, crashed earlier in the film after suffering so much damage trying to protect Dusty. But yeah, so 5 days passed and Dusty finally woke up. But his gearbox was totally destroyed. Oh yeah, right. Regarding the gearbox thing, unfortunately, Dusty's gearbox was literally it wasn't being manufactured anymore, so he couldn't just order a new one. So that's why he had to take it. So that's why he couldn't fly too fast. But he had to save the people, that are evacuating the area due to the fire. And he blew out his engine as a result. So he went down a hero. He didn't die. I thought he was going to die, but he didn't. I mean, to be fair, this is a Disney film. It's not like they're going to kill characters off that easily. But yeah, so he woke up and he knew that his flying days were over. But fortunately, the mechanic of that area managed to make him a new gearbox, and one that's a lot better and newer. And thank God. So Dusty could actually fly again and as fast as he wanted to. So yay! Now, if you're wondering why his mechanic Dottie couldn't do that earlier in the film, she just didn't have the know-how to do it. That's why she wanted to find the part itself, because it was just too complex for her to do. But fortunately, there was a mechanic who could do it. Another mechanic who could do it just fine, and thank God. So yeah, Dusty became certified, and he went off. I mean, he became a real firefighting plane. Although I'm not sure if he's still gonna keep racing. The film doesn't make that clear. But yeah, and then he and the other firefighters do a little show back at the junction area as a celebration thing for Dusty's certification or whatever. And plus, because there was some sort of event that was going on, but I don't remember which one it was. But anyway, yeah, that's basically Dusty becomes a firefighting plane, and learns what it means to be a true hero. So, yeah. So it borrows a bit from Cars 3 in my opinion, but the story is very, very different. So at least this wasn't just a mere retelling of any of the Cars movies like the first one was. Although the first one was still different enough not to be a copy. But so I did like the direction this film took. But surprisingly, I just didn't care much about the firefighting action. I don't know why. I thought it'd be interesting, but I just didn't find it very interesting. I will admit that the characters are better all around. I feel like the sequel is better than the first, but only in some ways. I don't know, because it's just weird, because I actually found the conflict of the first movie more interesting than this one. But this one has better characters and a more interesting story. So, or a story that's a bit more original in a sense. Like, to me, it's just a toss-up between which film is better. But anyway, I already want to stop talking about this movie. Okay, let's just get this over with. Sounds like a very cliche premise. Ha! Exactly. Although, not as cliche as the original. This was a really fun season for my ball club. The most I enjoyed watching them since their playoff runs from 2011 to 2015. And it was nice that 3 of our veterans who are expected to retire after this year will get a chance to lead the game on a high note. Nice. It'll be like that moment in That's Classified where Cookie's famous song Cowboy Cookie got heard by everyone in school, right? Cowboy Cookie, you know that you love him. Cowboy Cookie. I don't even remember how the lyrics go, but I do remember the tune. Oh, I remember that show. It was a classic show. It's just a very classic show. And it was actually educational in a sense, which I liked. But anyway. But yeah, Sarge does make a cameo, and so does Lightning McQueen, but not like, you know, in person, just like in pictures. But yeah, I don't blame you for wanting to change the subject. I find these movies boring myself. I already want to stop talking about this. I don't want to keep talking about this. But one moment. Okay. Positives. Well, the film has a less generic idea than the first film does. Because the first film was basically just underdog story. Again, not a bad trope to use, but this film, like, but the film was basically the film was just a retelling of the first Cars movie, whereas the sequel is actually not a retelling of any of the Cars movies. So I'm glad they took a different direction with the plot. Anything else? This movie is so boring. Let's see. The music was good. It's good, I guess. Like, again, like the music fit the action scenes and sad scenes and stuff like that. But I don't remember any particular tracks. Although I did like the credits song, the songs that played during the credits in both movies, not just in this one. So yeah, the music's good. I don't think either of these movies has terrible music. Let's see what else. Let's see. The animation was really good. Just as good as the first. I don't think it's better. It might be a bit better. I don't know, but it definitely does. It definitely did look good. Like I like the I mean, the movie looks good during the action scenes with the fires and the firefighting shit, and just with the scenes where people are just talking and just talking and having a good time and whatever. Just good animation all around. Expressive characters, interesting and environments and stuff like that. Oh yeah, the characters in the first film, the side characters, Skipper, Dottie, Chug, and Sparky, they do make an appearance in this film, but it's a very minor appearance. They're really just there to encourage. They were just there to encourage Dusty on his during his training, and to help. And they were just trying to look for his gearbox to see if anyone in the world had it. But literally no one did. So which made Dusty so sad to the point where he botched the mission because his head wasn't in the game. He was too busy focusing on his basically non-existent gearbox. But yeah, the animation's still good, very good. Let's see, music, animation. The cast, I will say that the cast of characters is better this time around. Still not great, but better. I found like some of the firefighting crew were interesting. Some of them were not. I didn't care for the bulldozer characters. And the plane that had a crush on Dusty was just annoying at best and creepy at worst. Like at one point she literally just said, "I like watching you sleep." And I was like, okay, Edward Cullen, ew. Go back to Twilight, ew. No, ew. But yeah, I'm just like, no. But like she was just kind of annoying. She kept pestering Dusty throughout the whole film. It's like she clearly had a crush on him, but she was it's just so creepy and weird. It wasn't humorous at all. And regarding the whole "I like watching you sleep" line, she was just watching Dusty like as he was recovering from his crash at the end of the movie. Like, so she didn't do it just because she was being nice. She also did it because she just had a crush on him, and it was just really, really weird. Like, I feel like the movie messed up her character with that one line, although it was already messed up to begin with, so what can you do? The writers thought it was funny, I didn't. I thought it was creepy and annoying. But anyway. But yeah, I'd say the cast of characters is better this time around. I mean, I found the mechanic interesting. What was his name? I forgot what his name was. I literally forgot. It started with an M? Maru, maybe? I don't remember. But I thought he was interesting. I thought let's see, who else? Well, there was this green plane on the firefighting crew. I can't remember what his name was, but he was interesting. He didn't say much, but I thought his character was a bit interesting. Who else? Blade, like the helicopter, the one who was in charge of the whole crew, the one who was training Dusty himself, like he was decently interesting. I felt like his character could have been fleshed out more, but he was alright. So I actually cared about a few of the characters other than Dusty. So it's like, okay. Okay, wow, okay, cool. So yeah, the firefighting crew were overall more interesting than the competitors from the race in the first movie. But that's not saying much because there's still plenty of characters that just aren't that interesting. Although the superintendent was actually interesting, like he was corrupt, and it was actually funny. So I actually didn't mind this character. But all the other characters were just ranged from alright to just forgettable. And the one plane that had a crush on Dusty, she was just annoying. But anyway. Anything else? Let's see. The plot. Okay, so the plot is executed pretty decently. Oops. Like I thought the plot was fine, and it worked fairly well from start to finish. Definitely more than the first movie. So, I will say, yeah, I'd say that the second movie is better than the first, but not by a whole lot. That's all I'm just gonna say. Because the first one wasn't really all, like, neither of these movies is all that good, but the plot is less generic in the second one. But surprisingly, it's not any more exciting. In fact, I found the plot of the first movie more exciting. I don't know how the hell the studio managed to make firefighting boring in this movie. Because I was like, oh cool, so they're firefighters now. We get to see some action, and I'm just watching them douse these fires, and I'm just like, this is boring. This is so fucking boring. Like normally firefighting action is exciting. This is not. The only excitement I got from only the final scene where the firefighting crew are trying to help everyone evacuate the area. That was exciting. Everything else was just no. Oh yeah, and the scene where Dusty where Blade tried to protect Dusty against the fire, and when they went into this cave or whatever. It was technically a mine, but whatever. That was exciting too. Along with Blade trying to help Dusty get out of the stream. That was exciting too. That's it though. Literally, the film managed to make firefighting boring. And I'm just like, how do you do that? How do you make firefighting boring? But yeah, the execution of the plot is pretty decent, so. Anything else? Cowboy Cookie, the ladies really love him. Cowboy Cookie, the best you ever saw. Cowboy Cookie, the boys don't scare him. Cowboy Cookie, yippee yippee yee-haw! Awkward. Cowboy Cookie, yippee yippee yee-haw. I mean, that's catchy, right? Cowboy Cookie, the ladies really love him. Cowboy Cookie, the best you ever saw. Cowboy Cookie, the bullies don't scare him. Cowboy Cookie, yippee yippee yee-haw! Yo, that is lit. Too bad Cookie had to be in the disguise for a few weeks until that mess died down. But anyway, let's see. Animation, music, plot, characters. I think I covered about all the positives. Which is weird, this movie is objectively better than the first in terms of writing, but at the same time, I found the first more entertaining and more exciting. I don't know, I mean, don't get me wrong, the idea of, Dusty being a firefighting plane, that was an interesting idea. But they made firefighting so boring in this movie. I was just like, wow, this is boring. All they're just doing is pouring, fucking retardants over fires. I mean, that's not to say that I'm not saying that the movie had to glamorize or whatever, or make it what I'm saying is that that's pretty much how it works in real life. At least that's how I think it works. I don't know, the whole firefighting thing, but I don't know. I feel like they could have made it more exciting. I'm not saying that they had to change it so that it doesn't work like that in real life, but it's a lot more exciting to watch. I'm not saying that they have to go down that route. I'm just saying that if they probably wanted to go for a realistic portrayal, and I'm fine with that, but they could have made it more interesting, because it's just boring. I don't know. Maybe it was just, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't a good idea in the first place. I don't know. I just found the firefighting stuff boring. Except for the last part. They actually made the firefighting interesting in the very last scene of the movie where... Well, not the very last scene, but the very last firefighting scene. Now, that was interesting. But everything leading up to that point was just a snore fest. Sorry, not sorry. Again, I'm not saying that they had to make the firefighting unrealistic for it to be entertaining. I just felt like they could have made it more exciting. But that's just me. Yeah, like it was a catchy song, right? Why did people make fun of Cookie for it? And like it wasn't a bad song. They could have picked a better. They could have made a worse song for him. But then again, you wouldn't have an iconic song like that. Okay, planes, fire, and rescue. Negatives. As I said, the film manages to make firefighting boring. But I already explained why, so I'm not going to bother covering more. And let's see, the humor is still non-existent. Like, seriously, has anyone from Disney Toon Studios ever told a joke before? Because I can count the number of times on one hand that where the film made me laugh. The number of times on one hand where the film made me laugh. That's it. Like it just didn't make me laugh for the most part. A few moments got a chuckle out of me, but that was it. Like the humor did not improve from the first film, or if it did, it was very marginal. Like it was just basically the same. So sorry. Let's see what else. Let me look at the previous slide. Maybe there's something here. Actually, I don't think I can think of as many negatives here. I'm trying to think. I don't think I can. I don't know. Well, let me see. People, I'm no joke. I actually saw a review here I'm seeing a review here that says Fire and Rescue is one of my top favorite movies. It's super underrated. It's got a great story and good characters. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. What are you smoking? It has a better score than the first movie on Rotten Tomatoes, so I guess there's that. I guess another negative could be that there are still a vast number of uninteresting characters. Because I only like the thing is that, see, the Cars movies, they all generally had interesting characters for the most part. Like they generally had interesting characters. Whereas with the Planes movies, only a few characters, relatively few characters are interesting. Everyone else is just boring. And that goes for both movies. Although with the second movie, there's a larger number of interesting characters, but that's not really enough to save the film. So yeah, unfortunately. I'm not going to talk much more on this point because I already kind of covered it earlier, but yeah, like these movies just don't have interesting characters in general. I feel like the problem with this movie is that these characters don't really feel like characters. They feel like stereotypes, like just one-dimensional characters and not, actual people, which isn't the problem that the Cars movie had. In the Cars movie, almost everyone felt like an actual human being. Whereas with the Planes movies, they're just kind of there, just to fill a trope checklist. Oh, do we have the annoying comic relief character? Check. Do we have the obsessed stalker? Check. Do we have the disgruntled, grumpy, old teacher? Check. That's literally how these movies feel, if I'm going to be honest. Yeah, that was Rotten Tomatoes, yeah. But, yeah, like... But yeah, I will say that... Is there anything else I can say? Is there anything else I can say with... Is there anything else I can say about this movie? Because, I mean, it's a marginal improvement from the first, but that's it. That's all it is, a marginal improvement. I'm reading this review here that basically expresses the same sentiment that I had with while watching Planes, Fire and Rescue, where the only exciting thing in the movie is the final firefighting scene. That's really like the only time the film gets exciting. Up to that point, it's kind of boring. And it kind of felt like Blade was just another discount Doc Hudson, if I'm going to be honest. Except he's even less fleshed out than Skipper was, if I'm going to be honest. Well, maybe not. No, I think they're both they're fleshed out about the same. It's just that Skipper was a more interesting character. Blade was interesting, but I feel like he could have been fleshed out more. Skipper was fleshed out enough, but Blade, like I feel like he could have been fleshed out more. And like I feel like his relationship with Dusty could have been more developed. Because at most he was just a mentor to Dusty rather than I felt like he and Dusty could have connected more like Skipper did with Dusty in the first film, but I don't know. But yeah, like it's something, I guess. It's something. Oh shit, my bad. Let me mute that. Predictable. Oh shit. I mean, yeah, like you're not wrong, Maple. Yeah, that was a Rotten Tomatoes score. Yeah, I agree with everyone's sentiment that Planes, Fire and Rescue. And I'm just going to go ahead to the conclusion because I have nothing else to say on this movie. It's an improvement over the first, but not by much. If I'm going to be honest, it's less boring than the first movie, but it's still pretty boring. Like, I mean, the writing was a bit better, but that was it. I was expecting it to be worse than the first movie, but it actually ended up being better than the first movie, so... Although not by much, so... I guess that's a plus? So, I mean, yeah. I'm just looking through these comments of this YouTube review. Oh yeah, I forgot. Regarding the Blade, the character Blade, like his backstory was that he used to be a TV actor, but like, you know, someone who was basically a police helicopter who would rescue people. But you know, his friend died during who's an actor alongside him, died during the stunt. Blade couldn't save him, so he decided to, you know, become a real rescue helicopter, and so that he could save people for real. So it wasn't a bad backstory. So I don't have a problem with Blade's backstory. Like, I just wish that he had developed developed his relationship with Dusty a bit more. Because, you know, his insistence on... Well, no, I guess that does make sense. Never mind, forget that. But, like, I still would have liked it if he and Dusty had connected a bit more. But that's just me. I'm not going to list that as a negative, because it's kind of subjective. Some people probably didn't mind that those two didn't become as close as Skipper and Dusty did. But I will say that both the Planes movies are better than Cars 2, but they are not nearly as entertaining. Cars 2 entertained me. The Planes movies, not so much. They're all part of the same universe, but... the Cars and Planes movies, I mean, but... I don't care about the Planes movies. You can even hear my voice that I'm just bored at this point. And tired. That doesn't help either. I can't think of anything else to say. So yeah, Disney Toon Studios. You did not do a good job with these movies. Sorry, not sorry. Okay, well, conclusion. Oops. Comments. But yeah, Planes, Fire and Rescue. It's a step up from the original, but it's still not that good. It's mediocre, but less mediocre than the first movie. But comments. Okay, general comments. Wreck-It Ralph is great. but its sequel sucks. Planes kind of sucks, but its sequel, oops, I can't, what the hell? Okay, its sequel is marginally better. The Planes movies are boring. I'm sorry, but they are. Not entirely. I can't say that they bored me the entire time, but I was just bored a lot of the time while watching these movies. I mean, I could watch them in one sitting, but literally, oh my god, these are just so boring. But anyway, my ratings. Okay, so WreckItRalph, what does that get from me? I'll say an 8.5 out of 10. That's fine. Ralph Breaks the Internet. Oh my god. What did I give the Emoji Movie? A 2 out of 10 or 1 out of 10? I'll give Ralph Breaks the Internet 3 out of 10. Planes, 5 out of 10. Planes, Fire and Rescue, 6 out. No, it's not even a 6. You get a 5.5 out of 10. That's yeah. I'll do that. The Fire and Rescue doesn't deserve a 6 out of 10. The stream has gone on for over 4 hours. I know. I didn't feel like doing the Planes movies separately, so, and I'm tired. You can even hear my voice, but that's fine. I'm just not gonna worry about it. But yeah, I think those are my final ratings. I don't want to give Planes a 4.5 out of 10. I don't think it deserves that. But yeah, WreckItRalph 8.5 out of 10. Ralph Breaks the Internet 3 out of 10. Planes 5 out of 10. Sorry, Planes, Fire and Rescue 5.5 out of 10. Those are my ratings. Oh, one more thing. Ralph Breaks the Internet sucks as both a sequel and a standalone movie. And yeah, okay. And now to finish this, because I'm tired as hell. The end. Finally. Damn. Man. What a day. I ranted about 4 movies fairly late. Well, pretty late actually. 3 of which I don't care about. Like, I swear to God, the Planes movies, I'm sorry, but like, how do you, I don't know why they were even made in the first place. They were just not necessary. The Planes movies are just not necessary. And I felt like I really felt that I had to force myself to watch them because I just didn't give a shit about them at first. And I don't think a lot of people did either. But I'm sorry, I gave these movies a chance. I came in not expecting to like them, but I gave them a chance, and damn, they were so dull. Holy shit. Holy shit, like, how the hell do you make these movies so dull? How does that work? Disney Toon Studios, fam, step it up. You guys just failed here. Damn. And Ralph Breaks the Internet sucks, like, for entirely different reasons. It's not Ralph Breaks the Internet isn't boring, it's just badly written. Whereas Planes isn't exactly badly written. The series isn't exactly badly written, although it could have been better in some places. It's just boring as hell. Like, the Planes movies work, but that's it. They work. They're serviceable. That's it. They're not terrible. I wouldn't even call them bad, but they certainly aren't good either. They just kind of suck. But what can you do? And I'm tired as hell, so I'm just going to go ahead and leave now. 4 hours and 15 minutes. Oh my god. But at least it's done. And tomorrow we are going to do... tomorrow we're going to do the Shark Tale Ants and the 2 Boss Baby movies. So, look forward to those. Oh yeah, and that reminds me, in other news, I will get the Sonic 1 4K and Blu-ray discs tomorrow. So that'll be another thing to add to my movie collection. And I will also get... oh, and I also recently, today I got Jeanette McCurdy's I'm Glad My Mom Died book. So I'll definitely be reading that, because I've been meaning to read it. Because it's just so, like, seriously, like, how did you not want to read the book after reading the title? So yeah, I'm going to read Jeanette McCurdy's book. Yay! Although, to be honest, it was already pretty much common knowledge at this point that she had been suffering some sort of abuse. But yeah. I can't wait to do the Sonic movies and the Avenger movies. And those are going to be the last ones I cover. No more. So, the 2 Sonic movies and 2 Avenger movies. Not 2, I'm sorry. There are 5 Avengers movies, I think. If I can get my hands on them. Are the Avengers movies on Disney Plus? I think they are, but I'm not sure. I haven't even checked. I know that the Spider-Man movies, the newest ones, aren't on Disney Plus, but I don't know about the Avengers movies. Yeah, that book. I have that book. I know. Poor Jeanette McCurdy. She didn't deserve any of that, and she didn't even get paid the way she should have been during her acting career. That's stupid. I know, you can never rewatch iCarly the same way again. Because it's like, there's this girl who was suffering from not only abuse, but also not only from child abuse, but also eating disorder. And it's just awful. All 4 Avengers movies are on Disney Plus. Okay, cool. I wonder if Captain Marvel is too. Although I don't care about watching that movie. I was just curious as to whether or not it was. It probably is, but it's not like I'd watch it anyway. If it's not, I'm not going to miss anything out. I'm not going to miss out on anything. But yeah. That is basically my rant stream. I would also advise watching Captain America and Civil War as well, since that's basically Adventures 2.5. Is it the one where Captain America... No, I'm thinking of a different movie. I remember watching this one movie of Captain America, but I can't remember which one it was. But it was basically it explained his backstory and stuff. But I cannot remember if it's the same one you're talking about. I don't think it is. It wouldn't make sense if that were the case, but let me see. No, it's not. It's a different movie. Okay, I was just making sure. Just making sure. Because you said Avengers 2.5, so it wouldn't make sense for that movie to be the same as this one. So what Captain America movie did I watch, though? Oh. Okay. So Captain Marvel is on Disney Plus. Okay, cool. So, let's see. Winter Soldier. Okay, so I'll watch Winter Soldier, Captain America Civil War. And the Avengers movies. Oh, you enjoyed Captain Marvel. Okay, cool. Fair. I mean, it does seem to be watchable at least, so there's that. Okay, cool. I've got some Marvel movies to watch. We've already covered Spider-Man, so let's all of them, all 9 of them, all 9 movies. So now we just need to cover the Adventures movies and the Sonic movies, and then I will take a long break from Rantstreaming. It did have some parts that didn't quite work, though, and felt quite forced. Fair enough. It probably did. Because I've heard that there were some writing issues in that movie, but anyway. But yeah. I will be watching a lot of Marvel movies then. Not too many, but enough to keep me entertained for a while. But yeah, that's all I have to say on the Wreck-It Ralph and Planes movies. I was even lucky to find an image for the thumbnail that had both movies on it. You don't have to watch Captain Marvel, though, to understand her role in Endgame, though. Okay, cool. I guess I'll watch Captain Marvel as well. You know, just in case. I don't really need to, but I'll watch it anyway. I know I can just skip it, but I'll just watch it anyway. Might as well. Maybe I'll like it. Maybe it's not as bad as a lot of people say it is. So, I don't know. He's only in that movie for about 15 to 20 minutes. Wow. Okay. I did not even know that. But thanks for the heads up. Let me, you know, fuck it. Oh shit. That was loud. My mom wants me to cut the grass tomorrow, but I really don't want to do it. I'll just do it another day. I really don't want to do it tomorrow. I just don't. I'm just going to be too tired. Yep, here's the book. And I got a hardcover version of it. Because fuck paperback. I mean, paperback's okay, but hardcover is just easier to work with. Because, like, I don't have to... It's easier to keep the book open with hardcover. Oh, wow. Wow, this book... Some of these chapters are just one page. I cut the grass yesterday. Huh. I mean, I would like to cut the grass tomorrow, but I don't want to. I'm tired. I really don't want to. I mean, I'd rather just do it another day. Maybe even Saturday. I don't mind doing it on a Saturday. Just that, like, I'm just too tired to do it tomorrow. Because I'd have to get up early to avoid the sun. I'll just do it on Saturday. I don't mind. I really do not mind. But let's see. Let me check my schedule really fast. Oh, I also got the Lorax book as well. Because I was curious about how Illumination's version... how faithful it was to the original book. So yeah, I have the Lorax book, and I'm Glad My Mom Died by Jeanette McCurdy. And I also bought my cousin, like, not all at once, but I bought her, like, the Dogman book series, all of them, except for the Cat Kid coloring book. She didn't care about that one. But anyway, actually, you know what? Actually, fuck. You know, doing it on Saturday would actually be worse for me because I work really late on Friday. So shit, it would be better for me to do it Wednesday. I'm just fuck me. I want to do it tomorrow, but it would be better. Actually, you know what? Technically, I could do it Friday. No, I'm gonna do it Friday. Yeah, I'm going to do it Friday instead. It doesn't have to be... Yeah, I'm going to do it Friday. I have to work that day, but I'll work pretty late, so I don't mind doing it Friday. Yeah, let's just do it Friday. Friday will work. Because I'm just too tired to do it tomorrow. I'll tell my mom, I'll just do it Friday. Friday is fine by me. I remember when Captain Marvel and Joker came out the exact same year and both movies caused so much controversy. The discourse around those movies were fucking nightmares. Really? Huh. Damn. I don't even remember the Joker movie. I remember hearing about it, but I don't even remember if it had any controversy. The Captain Marvel one did, definitely. Damn, people just ripped right into that one. You have right-wing... Oh shit, hold on. You have right-wingers that claimed Captain Marvel would empower toxic feminists who hate men. You have left-wingers that claim Joker would empower toxic incels who hate women. Then both movies came out, made $1 billion, and then the world moved on to other things. Basically, I mean, Captain Marvel's not that bad. There's one video I watched that explains, why Captain Marvel is not the best well-written female character out there, and I can see why. But to say that she's basically an icon for toxic feminists, no, I don't think that's fair to say. That's not fair to say. But that's the fucking Planes movies, those and WreckItRalph movies. I'm done with Disney for now. I am done with Disney. Let's just say the media was so convinced that Joker would cause 9/11 2.0 or something. Holy shit, people will dramatize anything. I haven't seen such a dramatic reaction ever since Trump got elected. It was so funny watching everyone's reactions to Trump's election, to his winning the election, I mean. It's like, oh my god, Trump's elected! It's gonna be World War III all over again! Oh! And I'm just like, y'all need to get a grip. Fam. Stop. I even remember seeing a cop at the theater the night I went to see it. Holy shit. That's just... What the fuck? What the fuck? Damn. Damn. Wow. But I'm getting tired. But damn, I actually learned a few things from you today, Maple. I was like, I didn't even know that shit happened. But yeah. I'm afraid I have to end the stream, unfortunately. But it was fun talking about these movies and about other things because the Planes movies were so boring that like there are a few moments where I didn't mind talking about something else because it's just like, ugh, you can only stay on topic for so long before something bores you. I honestly feel like it's another case where the controversy is more interesting than the movies themselves, right? Where it's like the movie is serviceable, but then the controversy is just so good. Like, I know, like, that's the thing. Like, at least these controversies are stupid, but at least they're entertaining. It's like I like who doesn't love controversy? That's so comedic to this that's so fucking comedic. Like here. Both movies are just fine. Not the best, not the worst, just fine. Yeah, basically. But yeah, people often blow shit out of proportion. Like, guys, calm down. These movies are just that, movies. Not that movies can't be pieces of propaganda, like Norm of the North, for example, but at the end of the day, they're just movies. They're not necessarily hurting people. They can, like, by delivering fucked up messages, but not necessarily. But that's all you got. Okay. It's always interesting to hear your trivia on these streams because it's refreshing to. It makes for a nice breather because I can only talk about something for so long before I just need a break or just want to talk about something else. So it's nice to have you here. And thank you to everyone else. Thank you, Mabel, for being here. Thank you, everyone else who showed up. Because, man, we had a lot to say about Ralph Breaks the Internet. It's so bad. Oh, my God. But, yeah, that's it. But anyway, thank you all so much for watching this. Again, tomorrow we're going to do... You have to get that off your chest. Yeah, no worries. No worries. But, yeah. We will cover Shark Tale, Ants, the Boss Baby, and the Boss Baby Family Business tomorrow. So I'm just gonna say it right now. All the movies except Ants kind of suck, but we'll talk more about that tomorrow. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. I am Miller 15 and I'll see you guys next time. Until then, deuces and goodbye.